The Tale of Benjamin Bunny by Beatrix Potter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. One morning, a little rabbit sat on a bank. He pricked his ears and listened to the trit-trot, trit-trot of a pony. A gig was coming along the road. It was driven by Mr. McGregor, and beside him sat Mrs. McGregor in a best bonnet. As soon as they had passed, little Benjamin Bunny slid down into the road and set off with a hop, skip, and a jump to call upon his relations who lived in the wood at the back of Mr. McGregor's garden. That wood was full of rabbit holes, and in the neatest, sandiest hole of all, cousins Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. Old Mrs. Rabbit was a widow. She earned her living by knitting rabbit wool mittens and muffetees. I once bought a pair at a bazaar. She also sold herbs and rosemary tea and rabbit tobacco, which is what we call lavender. Little Benjamin did not very much want to see his aunt. He came round the back of the fir tree and nearly tumbled upon the top of his cousin Peter. Peter was sitting by himself. He looked poorly and was dressed in a red cotton pocket handkerchief. "Peter," said little Benjamin in a whisper, "who has got your clothes?" Peter replied, "The scarecrow in Mr. McGregor's garden," and described how he had been chased about the garden and had dropped his shoes and coat. Little Benjamin sat down beside his cousin and assured him that Mr. McGregor had gone out in a gig, and Mrs. McGregor also, and certainly for the day, because she was wearing her best bonnet. Peter said he hoped that it would rain. At this point, old Mrs. Rabbit's voice was heard inside the rabbit hole, calling, "Cottontail, Cottontail, fetch some more chamomile." Peter said he thought he might feel better if he went for a walk. They went away hand in hand and got upon the flat top of the wall at the bottom of the wood. From here they looked down into Mr. McGregor's garden. Peter's coat and shoes were plainly to be seen upon the scarecrow, topped with an old tam-o'-shanter of Mr. McGregor's. Little Benjamin said, "It spoils people's clothes to squeeze under a gate. The proper way to get in is to climb down a pear tree." Peter fell down head first, but it was of no consequence, as the bed below was newly raked and quite soft. It had been sown with lettuces. They left a great many odd little footmarks all over the bed, especially little Benjamin, who was wearing clogs. Little Benjamin said that the first thing to be done was to get back Peter's clothes in order that they might be able to use the pocket handkerchief. They took them off the scarecrow. There had been rain during the night. There was water in the shoes, and the coat was somewhat shrunk. Benjamin tried on the tam-o'-shanter, but it was too big for him. Then he suggested that they should fill the pocket handkerchief with onions as a little present for his aunt. Peter did not seem to be enjoying himself. He kept hearing noises. Benjamin, on the contrary, was perfectly at home and ate a lettuce leaf. He said that he was in the habit of coming to the garden with his father to get lettuces for their Sunday dinner. The name of little Benjamin's papa was old Mr. Benjamin Bunny. The lettuces certainly were very fine. Peter did not eat anything. He said he should like to go home. Presently, he dropped half the onions. Little Benjamin said that it was not possible to get back up the pear tree with a load of vegetables. He led the way boldly towards the other end of the garden. They went along a little walk on planks under a sunny red brick wall. The mice sat on the doorsteps, cracking cherry stones. They winked at Peter Rabbit and little Benjamin Bunny. Presently, Peter let the pocket handkerchief go again. They got amongst flower pots and frames and tubs. Peter heard noises worse than ever. His eyes were as big as lollipops. He was a step or two in front of his cousin when he suddenly stopped. This is what those little rabbits saw round that corner. Little Benjamin took one look, and then in half a minute less than no time, he hid himself and Peter and the onions underneath a large basket. The cat got up and stretched herself and came and sniffed at the basket. Perhaps she liked the smell of onions. Anyway, she sat down upon the top of the basket. She sat there for 5 hours. I cannot draw you a picture of Peter and Benjamin underneath the basket, because it was quite dark and because the smell of onions was fearful. It made Peter Rabbit and little Benjamin cry. The sun got round behind the wood, and it was quite late in the afternoon, but still the cat sat upon the basket. At length there was a pitter-patter, and some bits of mortar fell from the wall above. The cat looked up and saw old Mr. Benjamin Bunny prancing along the top of the wall of the upper terrace. He was smoking a pipe of rabbit tobacco and had a little switch in his hand. He was looking for his son. Old Mr. Bunny had no opinion whatever of cats. He took a tremendous jump off the top of the wall onto the top of the cat and cuffed it off the basket and kicked it into the garden house, scratching off a handful of fur. The cat was too much surprised to scratch back. When old Mr. Bunny had driven the cat into the greenhouse, he locked the door. Then he came back to the basket and took out his son Benjamin by the ears and whipped him with a little switch. Then he took out his nephew Peter. Then he took out the handkerchief of onions and marched out of the garden. When Mr. McGregor returned about half an hour later, he observed several things which perplexed him. It looked as though some person had been walking all over the garden in a pair of clogs. Only the footmarks were too ridiculously little. Also, he could not understand how the cat could have managed to shut herself up inside the greenhouse, locking the door upon the outside. When Peter got home, his mother forgave him because she was so glad to see that he had found his shoes and coat. Cottontail and Peter folded up the pocket handkerchief, and old Mrs. Rabbit strung up the onions and hung them from the kitchen ceiling with the rabbit tobacco. End of The Tale of Benjamin Bunny by Beatrix Potter. Read by Adithya Ramadoss.
The Cock and the Bean by Valerie Carrick. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Cock and the Bean. He tried to swallow it and choked himself. He choked himself and stretched himself out, and there he lay. He couldn't even breathe. A cock was scratching one day in the earth under the wall of a cottage when he found a bean. And his mistress saw him, ran up to him and asked, "Mr. Cock, what makes you lie there like that, so that you can't breathe?" "I've choked myself with a bean," he answered. "Go and ask the cow for some butter." And his mistress came to the cow and said, "Mrs. Cow, give me some butter. My cock is lying there and can't even breathe. He has choked himself with a bean." And the cow answered, "Go and ask the haymakers for some hay." And she came to the haymakers and said, "Haymakers, give me some hay. The hay's for the cow, who will give me some butter, and the butter's for my cock, who is lying there and can't breathe. He has choked himself with a bean." And the haymakers answered, "Go and ask the oven to give you some loaves." And she came to the oven and said, "Oven, oven, give me some loaves. The loaves are for the haymakers, who will give me some hay. The hay's for the cow, who will give me some butter, and the butter's for my cock, who is lying there and can't breathe. He's choked himself with a bean." And the oven answered, "Go and ask the woodcutters for some wood." And she came to the woodcutters and said, "Give me some wood. The wood's for the oven, who will give me some loaves, and the loaves are for the hay cutters, who will give me some hay, and the hay's for the cow, who will give me some butter, and the butter's for the cock, who is lying there and can't breathe. He's choked himself with a bean." And they answered, "Go and ask the smith for an axe. We've nothing to cut the wood with." So she came to the smith and said, "Smith, smith, give me an axe. The axe is for the woodcutters, who will give me some wood. The wood's for the oven, who will give me some loaves. The loaves are for the haymakers, who will give me some hay. The hay's for the cow, who will give me some butter. And the butter's for my cock, who is lying there and can't breathe. He's choked himself with a bean." And he answered, "Go to the forest and burn me some charcoal." So she went into the forest and gathered a bundle of sticks and burned some charcoal. Then she took the charcoal to the smith, and he gave her an axe. She went with the axe to the woodcutters, and the woodcutters gave her some wood. The wood she took to the oven, and the oven gave her some loaves. She took the loaves to the haymakers, and the haymakers gave her some hay. The hay she took to the cow, who gave her some butter. She brought the butter to the cock, and the cock gulped it down and swallowed the bean. Then he jumped up merrily and started singing, "Cock-a-doodle-doo, I was sitting under the wall, plaiting shoes, when I lost my owl, but I found a little coin, and I bought a little scarf, and I gave it to a pretty girl." And that's all about it. End of The Cock and the Bean by Valerie Kierig, read by Lee Vogler.
Cockyloo by Louisa May Alcott. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Cockyloo. In the barnyard, a gray hen sat on her nest, feeling very happy because it was time for her eggs to hatch, and she hoped to have a fine brood of chickens. Presently, crack, crack went the shells. "Peep, peep!" cried the chicks. "Cluck, cluck!" called the hen, and out came 10 downy little things, one after the other, all ready to run and eat and scratch, for chickens are not like babies and don't have to be tended at all. There were 8 little hens and 2 little cockerels, one black and one as white as snow, with yellow eyes, bright eyes, and a tiny red comb on his head. This was Cockyloo, the good chick, but the black one was named Peck, and was a quarrelsome bad fowl, as we shall see. Mrs. Partlet, the mamma, was very proud of her fine family, for the 8 little daughters were all white and very pretty. She led them out into the farmyard, clucking and scratching busily, for all were hungry, and ran chirping round her to pick up the worms and seeds she found for them. Cocky soon began to help take care of his sisters, and when a nice corn or a fat bug was found, he would step back and let little Downy or Snowball have it. But Peck would run and push them away and gobble up the food greedily. He chased them away from the pan where the meal was, and picked the down off their necks if they tried to get their share. His mother scolded him when the little ones ran to hide under her wings, but he didn't care, and was very naughty. Cocky began to crow when he was very young, and had such a fine voice that people liked to hear his loud, clear cock-a-doodle-doo early in the morning, for he woke before the sun was up and began his song. Peck used to grumble at being roused at dawn, for he was lazy, but the hens bustled up and were glad to get out of the hen house. The father cock had been killed by a dog, so they made Cocky king of the farmyard, and Peck was very jealous of him. "I came out of the shell first, and I am the oldest, so I ought to be king," he said. "But we don't like you, because you are selfish, cross, and lazy. We want Cocky. He is so lively, kind, and brave. He will make a splendid bird, and he must be our king," answered the hens, and Peck had to mind, or they would have pulled every feather out of his little tail. He resolved to do some harm to his good brother, and plagued him all he could. One day, when Cocky was swinging with 3 of his sisters on a bush that hung over the brook, Peck asked a stupid donkey feeding near to come and put his heavy foot on the bush. He did it, and crack went the branch, splash went the poor chicks into the water, and all were drowned but Cocky, who flew across and was saved. Poor little Hop, Chirp, and Downy went floating down the brook like balls of white foam, and were never seen again. All the hens mourned for them, and put a black feather in their heads to show how sorry they were. Mamma Partlet was heartbroken to lose 3 darlings at once, but Cocky comforted her, and never told how it happened, because he was ashamed to have people know what a bad bird Peck was. A butterfly saw it all, and he told Granny Cockletop about it, and the hens were so angry that they turned Peck out of the barnyard, and he had to go and live in the woods alone. He said he didn't care, but he did, and was very unhappy, and used to go and peep into the pleasant field where the fowls scratched and talked together. He dared not show himself, for they would have driven him out. But kind Cocky saw him, and would run with some nice bit and creep through the fence into the wood, saying, "Poor brother, I'm sorry for you, and I'll come and play with you and tell you the news." Now in this wood lived a fox, and he had been planning to eat Peck as soon as he was fat, for he missed the good corn and meal he used to have, and grew very thin living on grasshoppers and berries. While he waited, the sly fellow made friends with Peck, though the bird knew that foxes ate hens. "I'm not afraid, and I don't believe old Granny Cockletop's tales. I can take care of myself, I guess," he said, and went on playing with the fox, who got him to tell all about the hen house, how the door was fastened, and where the plump chickens roosted, and what time they went to bed, so that he could creep in and steal a good supper by and by. Silly Peck never guessed what harm he was doing, and only laughed when Cocky said, "You will be sorry if you play with the fox. He is a bad fellow, so be careful and sleep on a high branch and keep out of his way as I do." Cocky was fat and large, and the fox longed to eat him, but never could, because he wisely ran home whenever he saw the rogue hiding in the wood. This made Peck angry, for he wanted his brother to stay and play. And so one day, when Cocky ran off in the midst of a nice game, Peck said to the fox, "See here, if you want to catch that fellow, I'll tell you how to do it. He has promised to bring me some food tonight when all the rest are at roost. He will hide and not get shut up. Then, when those cross old biddies are asleep, he will cluck softly, and I am to go in and eat all I want out of the pan. You hide on the top of the hen house, and while he talks to me you can pounce on him. Then I shall be the only cock here, and they will have to make me king." "All right," said the fox, much pleased with the plan, and very glad that Peck had a chance to get fatter. So when it was night, Peck crept through the broken paling and waited till he heard the signal. Now good Cocky had saved up nice bits from his own dinner and put them in a paper hidden under a bush. He spread them all out in the barnyard and called, and Peck came in a great hurry to eat them, never stopping to say thank you. Cocky stood by talking pleasantly till a little shower came up. "Peck, dear, put this nice thick paper over you, then you will be dry and can go on eating. I'll step under the burdock leaf and wait till you are done," said Cocky, and Peck was too busy gobbling up the food to remember anything else. Now the fox had just crept up on the hen house roof, and when he peeped down, there was just light enough to see a white thing bobbing about. "Aha, that's Cockyloo. Now for a good supper." And with a jump he seized Peck by the head before he could explain the mistake. One squawk, and the naughty bird was dead. But though the paper fell off and the fox saw what he had done, it was too late, and he began to eat Peck up, while Cocky flew into a tree and crowed so loud that the farmer ran with his gun and shot the fox before he could squeeze through the hole in the fence with the fowl in his mouth. After that the hens felt safe, for there were no more foxes. And when they heard about Peck, they did not mourn at all, but liked Cocky better than ever, and lived happily together with nothing to trouble them. King Cockyloo grew to be a splendid bird, pure white, with a tall red comb on his head, long spurs on his yellow legs, many fine feathers in his tail, and eyes that shone like diamonds. His crow was so loud that it could be heard all over the neighborhood, and people used to say, "Hark, here Farmer Hunt's cock crow. Isn't it a sweet sound to wake us in the dawn?" All the other cocks used to answer him, and there was a fine matinee concert every day. He was a good brother, and led his 5 little sisters all about the field, feeding, guarding, and amusing them, for Mamma was lame now, and could not stir far from the yard. It was a pretty sight to see Cocky run home with a worm in his bill, or a nice berry, and give it to his mother, who was very proud of her handsome son. Even old Granny Cockletop, who scolded about everything, liked him, and often said, as the hens sat scuffling in the dust, "A fine bird, my dears, a very fine bird, and I know he will do something remarkable before he dies." She was right for once, and this is what he did. One day the farmer had to go away and stay all night, leaving the old lady alone with 2 boys. They were not afraid, for they had a gun and quite longed for a chance to fire it. Now it happened that the farmer had a good deal of money in the house, and some bad men knew it, so they waited for him to go away that they might steal it. Cocky was picking about in the field when he heard voices behind the wall, and peeping through the hole saw 2 shabby men hiding there. "At 12 tonight, when all are asleep, we will creep in at the kitchen window and steal the money. You shall watch on the outside and whistle if anyone comes along, while I am looking for the box where the farmer keeps it," said one man. "You needn't be afraid. There is no dog and no one to wake the family, so we are quite safe," said the other man, and then they both went to sleep till night came. Cocky was much troubled and didn't know what to do. He could not tell the old lady about it, for he could only cackle and crow, and she would not understand that language. So he went about all day looking very sober, and would not chase grasshoppers, play hide-and-seek under the big burdock leaves, or hunt the cricket with his sisters. At sunset he did not go into the hen-house with the rest, but flew up to the shed roof over the kitchen, and sat there in the cold, ready to scare the robbers with a loud crow, as he could do nothing else. At midnight the men came creeping along. One stopped outside, and the other went in. Presently he handed a basket of silver out, and went back for the money. Just as he came creeping along with the box, Cocky gave a loud, long crow that frightened the robbers and woke the boys. The man with the basket ran away in such a hurry that he tumbled into a well. The other was going to get out of the window, when Cocky flew down and picked at his eyes and flapped his wings in his face, so that he turned to run some other way, and met the boys, who fired at him and shot him in the legs. The old lady propped her head out the upper window and rang the dinner bell and called, "Fire! Fire!" so loud that it roused the neighbors, who came running to see what the trouble could be. They fished one man out of the well and picked up the wounded one and carried them both off to prison. "Who caught them?" asked the people. "We did," cried the boys, very proud of what they had done. "But we shouldn't have waked if our good Cocky had not crowed and scared the rascals. He deserves half the praise, for this is the 2nd time he has caught a thief." So Cocky was brought in and petted and called a fine fellow, and his family were so proud of him they clucked about it for weeks afterward. When the robbers were tried, it was found that they were the men who had robbed the bank and taken a great deal of money, so everyone was glad to have them shut up for 20 years. It made a great stir, and people would go to see Cocky and tell how he helped catch the men, and he was so brave and handsome. They said at last, "We want a new weathercock on our courthouse, and instead of an arrow, let us have a cock, and he shall look like this fine fellow." "Yes, yes," cried the young folks, much pleased, for they thought Cocky ought to be remembered in some way. So a picture was taken, and Cocky stood very still, with his bright eye on the man. Then one like it was made of brass, and put high up in the courthouse, where all could see the splendid bird shining like gold, and twirling about to tell which way the wind was. The children were never tired of admiring him, and all the hens and chickens went in a procession one moonlight night to see it. Yes, even Mamma Partlet and Granny Cockletop, though one was lame and the other very old, so full of pride were they in the great honor done King Cockyloo. This was not the end of his good deeds, and the last was best of all, though it cost him his life. He ruled for some years, and kept his kingdom in good order, for no one would kill him, when many of the other fowls were taken for Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners. But he did die at last, and even then he was good and brave, as you shall hear. One of the boys wanted to smoke a pipe, and went behind the hen-house so nobody should see him do such a silly thing. He thought he heard his father coming, and hid the pipe under the house. Some straw and dry leaves lay about, and took fire, setting the place in a blaze, for the boy ran away when he saw the mischief he had done, and the fire got to burning nicely before the cries of the poor hens called people to help. The door was locked and could not be opened, because the key was in the pocket of the naughty boy, so the farmer got an axe and chopped down the wall, letting the poor biddies fly out, squawking and smoking. "Where is Cocky?" cried the other boy, as he counted the hens and missed the king of the farmyard. "Burnt up, I'm afraid," said the farmer, who was throwing water on the flames. Alas! Yes, he was. For when the fire was out, they found good old Cocky sitting on a nest, with his wide wings spread over some little chicks whose mother had left them. They were too small to run away, and sat chirping sadly till Cocky covered and kept them safe, though the smoke choked him to death. Everyone was very sorry, and the children gave the good bird a fine funeral, and buried him in the middle of the field, with a green mound over him, and a white stone on which was written, "Here lies the bravest cock that ever crew. We mourn for him with sorrow true. Now never more at dawn his music shall we hear, waking the world like trumpet shrill and clear. The hens all hang their heads, the chickens sadly peep, the boys look sober, and the girls all weep. Good-bye, dear Cocky, sleep and rest, with grass and daisies on your faithful breast, and when you wake, brave bird, so good and true, clap your white wings and crow, cock-a-doodle-doo." End of Cockyloo by Louisa May Alcott.
Editha's Burglar by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Read by Amanda Rumbaugh. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Editha's Burglar. I will begin by saying that Editha was always rather a queer little girl, and not much like other children. She was not a strong, healthy little girl, and had never been able to run about and play, and, as she had no sisters or brothers, or companions of her own size, she was rather old-fashioned, as her aunts used to call it. She had always been very fond of books, and had learned to read when she was such a tiny child that I should almost be afraid to say how tiny she was when she read her first volume through. Her papa wrote books himself, and was also the editor of a newspaper, and as he had a large library, Editha perhaps read more than was quite good for her. She lived in London, and as her mamma was very young and pretty and went out a great deal, and her papa was so busy, and her governess only came in the morning, she was left to herself a good many hours in the day. And when she was left to herself, she spent a greater part of her time in the library, reading her papa's big books, and even his newspapers. She was very fond of the newspapers, because she found so many curious things in them. Stories, for instance, of strange events which happened every day in the great city of London, and yet never seemed to happen anywhere near where she lived. Through the newspapers she found out that there were actually men who lived by breaking into people's houses and stealing all the nice things they could carry away, and she read that such men were called burglars. When she first began to read about burglars, she was very much troubled. In the first place, she felt rather timid about going to bed at night, and in the second place, she felt rather sorry for the burglars. "I suppose no one ever taught them any better," she thought. In fact, she thought so much about the matter that she could not help asking her papa some questions one morning when he was at breakfast. He was reading his paper and eating his chops both at once, when she spoke to him. "Papa," she said in a solemn little voice, and looking at him in a very solemn manner, "Papa, dear, what do you think of burglars, as a class?" She said "as a class" because she had heard one of her papa's friends say it, and as he was a gentleman she admired very much, she liked to talk as he did. Her papa gave a little jump in his chair as if she had startled him, and then he pushed his hair off his forehead and stared at her. "Burglars? As a class?" he said, and then he stared at her a minute in a rather puzzled way. "Bless my soul," he said. "As a class, Nixie?" That was his queer pet name for her. "Nixie, where is your mother?"
"She's in bed, Papa dear, and we mustn't disturb her," said Editha. "The party last night tired her out. I peeped into her room softly as I came down. She looks so pretty when she is asleep. What do you think of burglars, Papa?"
"I think they're a bad lot, Nixie," said her papa. "Bad lot."
"Are there no good burglars, Papa?"
"Well, Nixie," answered papa, "I should say not. As a rule, you know," and here he began to smile, as people often smiled at Editha when she asked questions. "As a rule, burglars are not distinguished for moral perspicuity and blameless character." But Edith did not understand what moral perspicuity meant, and besides, she was thinking again.
"Miss Lane was talking to me the other day about some poor children who had never been taught anything. They had never had any French or music lessons, and scarcely knew how to read, and she said that they had never had any advantages. Perhaps that is the way with burglars, Papa. Perhaps if they never had any advantages, perhaps if they had had advantages, they mightn't have been burglars."
"Lessons in French and music are very elevating to the mind, my dear Nixie," papa began in his laughing way, which was always a trial to Editha. But suddenly he stopped and looked at her rather sadly. "How old are you, Nixie?" he asked.
"I am 7, answered Editha. 7 years, going on 8.
Papa sighed. "Come here, little one," he said, holding out his strong white hand to her. She left her chair and went to him, and he put his arms around her and kissed her and stroked her long brown hair. "Don't you puzzle your little brain too much," he said. "Never mind about the burglars, Nixie."
"Well," said Editha, "I can't help thinking about them a little, and it seems to me that there must be, perhaps, one good burglar among all the bad ones. And I can't help being rather sorry, even for the bad ones. You see, they must have to be up all night and out in the rain sometimes, and they can't help not having had advantages."
It was strange that the first thing she heard when she went up to her mamma's room was something about burglars. She was very, very fond of her mamma and very proud of her. She even tried to take care of her in her small way. She never disturbed her when she was asleep, and she always helped her to dress, bringing her things to her, buttoning her little shoes and gloves, putting the perfume on her handkerchiefs, and holding her wraps until she wanted them. This morning, when she went into the dressing room, she found the chambermaid there before her, and her dear little mamma looking very pale.
"Ah, ma'am, if you please, ma'am," the chambermaid was saying, "what a blessing it was they didn't come here." "Who, Janet?" Editha asked. "The burglars, miss, that broke into number 18 last night and carried off all the silver and the missus' jewelry."
"If burglars ever do break in here," said Mamma, "I hope none of us will hear them, though it would almost break my heart to have my things taken. If I should waken in the night and find a burglar in my room, I think it would kill me, and I know I should scream, and then there is no knowing what they might do. If ever you think there is a burglar in the house, Nixie, whatever you do, don't scream or make any noise. It would be better to have one's things stolen than to be killed by burglars for screaming." She was not a very wise little mamma, and often said rather thoughtless things, but she was very gentle and loving, and Editha was so fond of her that she put her arms round her waist and said to her,
"Mamma, dearest, I will never let any burglars hurt you or frighten you if I can help it. I do believe I could persuade them not to. I should think even a burglar would listen to reason."
That made her mamma laugh, so that she forgot all about the burglars and began to get her color again, and it was not long before she was quite gay and was singing a song she had heard at the opera while Editha was helping her to dress. But that very night, Editha met a burglar. Just before dinner, her papa came up from the city in a great hurry. He dashed up to the front door in a cab and, jumping out, ran upstairs to Mamma, who was sitting in the drawing-room while Editha read aloud to her. "Kitty, my dear," he said, "I am obliged to go to Glasgow by the 5 train. I must throw a few things into a portmanteau and go at once."
"Oh, Francis," said Mamma, "and just after that burglary at the Norrises? I don't like to be left alone."
"The servants are here," said Papa, "and Nixie will take care of you, won't you, Nixie?" Nixie is interested in burglars."
"I am sure Nixie could do more than the servants," said Mamma. "All three of them sleep in one room at the top of the house when you are away, and even if they are awakened they would only scream."
"Nixie wouldn't scream," said Papa, laughing. "Nixie would do something heroic. I leave you in her hands." He was only joking, but Editha did not think of what he said as a joke. She felt that her mamma was really left in her care, and that it was a very serious matter. She thought about it so seriously that she hardly talked at all at dinner, and was so quiet afterward that her mamma said,
"Dear me, Nixie, what are you thinking of? You look as solemn as a little owl." "I am thinking of you, Mamma," the child answered. And then her mamma laughed and kissed her, and said, "Well, I must say I don't see why you should look so grave about me. I didn't think I was such a solemn subject." At last bedtime came, and the little girl went to her mother's room because she was to sleep there. "I am glad to have you with me, Nixie," said Mamma with a rather nervous little laugh. "I am sure I shouldn't like to sleep in this big room alone." But after she was in bed, she soon fell asleep, and lay looking so happy and sweet and comfortable that Editha thought it was lovely to see her. Editha did not go to sleep for a long time. She thought of her papa trying to sleep on the train rushing through the dark night on its way to Scotland. She thought of a new book she had just begun to read. She thought of a child she had once heard singing in the street, and when her eyes closed at length, her mind had just gone back to the burglars at number 18. She slept until midnight, and then something wakened her. At first she did not know what it was, but in a few minutes she found that it was a queer little sound coming from downstairs, a sound like a stealthy filing of iron. She understood in a moment then, because she had heard the chambermaid say that the burglars broke into number 18 by filing through the bars of the shutters. "It is a burglar," she thought, "and he will awaken Mamma." If she had been older, and had known more of the habits of burglars, she might have been more frightened than she was. She did not think of herself at all, however, but of her mother. She began to reason the matter over as quickly as possible, and she made up her mind that the burglar must not be allowed to make a noise. "I'll go down and ask him to be as quiet as he can," she said to herself, "and I'll tell him why." Certainly this was a queer thing to think of doing, but I told you when I began my story that she was a queer little girl. She slipped out of bed so quietly that she scarcely stirred the clothes, and then slipped just as quietly out of the room and down the stairs. The filing had ceased, but she heard the sound of stealthy feet in the kitchen, and though it must be confessed her heart beat rather faster than usual, she made her way to the kitchen and opened the door. Imagine the astonishment of that burglar when, on hearing the door open, he turned around and found himself looking at a slender little girl in a white frilled nightgown and with bare feet, a little girl whose large brown eyes rested on him in by no means an unfriendly way. "I'll be polite to him," Editha had said as she was coming downstairs. "I am sure he'll be more obliging if I am very polite. Miss Lane says politeness always wins its way." So the first words she spoke were as polite as she could make them. "Don't be frightened," she said in a soft voice. "I don't want to hurt you. I came to ask a favor of you." The burglar was so amazed that he actually forgot he was a burglar, and staggered back against the wall. I think he thought at first that Editha was a little ghost. "You see, I couldn't hurt you even if I wanted to," she went on, wishing to encourage him. "I'm too little. I'm only 7, and a little over, and I'm not going to scream because that would waken Mamma, and that's just what I don't want to do." That did encourage the burglar, but still he was so astonished that he did not know what to do. "Well, I'm blowed," he said in a whisper, "if this ain't a rummy go," which was extremely vulgar language, but unfortunately he was one of those burglars who, as Miss Lane said, had not had any advantages, which is indeed the case with the majority of burglars of my acquaintance. Then he began to laugh, in a whisper also, if one can be said to laugh in a whisper. He put his hand over his mouth and made no noise, but he laughed so hard that he doubled up and rocked himself to and fro. "The rummiest go," he said in his uneducated way, "and she ain't going at me, oh my!" He was evidently very badly educated, indeed, for he not only used singular words, but he sounded his H's all in the wrong places. Editha noticed this even in the midst of her surprise at his laughter. She could not understand what he was laughing at. Then it occurred to her that she might have made a mistake. "If you please," she said with great delicacy, "are you really a burglar?" He stopped laughing just long enough to answer, "Lor, no, miss," he said, "by no manner o' means. I'm a dear friend of your pa's, coming to make an evening call, and not wishing to trouble the servants, I stepped in through the window."
"Ah," Editha said, looking very gravely at him, "I see you are joking with me, as Papa does sometimes. But what I wanted to say to you was this. Papa has gone to Scotland, and all of our servants are women, and Mamma would be so frightened if you were to waken her that I am sure it would make her ill. And if you are going to burgle, could you please burgle as quietly as you can, so that you won't disturb her?"
The burglar stopped laughing, and, staring at her, once more uttered his vulgar exclamation. "Well, I'll be blowed!"
"Why don't you say, 'I'll be blown'?" asked Editha. "I'm sure it isn't correct to say you'll be blowed."
She thought he was going off into one of his unaccountable fits of laughter again, but he did not. He seemed to check himself with an effort. "There ain't no time to waste," she heard him mutter.
"No, I suppose there isn't," she answered. "Mamma might wake and miss me. What are you going to burgle first?"
"You better go upstairs to your ma," he said rather sulkily.
Editha thought deeply for a few seconds. "You oughtn't to burgle anything," she said. "Of course you know that, but if you have really made up your mind to do it, I would like to show you the things you'd better take."
"What, for instance?" said the burglar with interest.
"You mustn't take any of Mamma's things," said Editha, "because they're in her room, and you would waken her. And besides, she said it would break her heart. And don't take any of the things that Papa is fond of. I'll tell you what," turning rather pale, "you can take my things."
"What kind of things?" asked the burglar.
"My locket, and my little watch Papa gave me, and the necklace and the bracelets my grandmamma left me. They are worth a great deal of money, and they are very pretty, and I was to wear them when I grew up to be a young lady, but you can take them. And then," very slowly and with a deep sigh, "there are my books. I'm very fond of them, but—"
"I don't want no books," said the burglar.
"Don't you?" exclaimed she. "Ah, thank you."
"Well," said the burglar, as if to himself, and staring hard at her brightening face, "I never see no sich a start before."
"Shall I go upstairs and get the other things?"
said Editha. "No," he said, "you stay where you are. Or stay, come along o' me into the pantry, and sit while I'm occupied." He led the way into the pantry, and pushed her down onto a step, and then began to open the drawers where the silver was kept.
"It's curious that you should know just where to look for things, and that your key should fit, isn't it?" said Editha.
"Yes, it's very singular indeed. There's a good deal in being edicated."
"Are you educated?"
asked Editha with a look of surprise. "Did you think I wasn't?" said the burglar.
"Well," said Editha, not wishing to offend, "you see, you pronounce your words so very strangely."
"It's all a matter of taste," interrupted the burglar. "Oxford and Cambridge has different vocabularies."
"Did you go to Oxford?"
asked Editha politely. "No," said he, "nor yet to Cambridge." Then he laughed again, and seemed to be quite enjoying himself as he made some forks and spoons up into a bundle. "I hope there ain't no plated stuff here," he said. "Plate's vulgar, and I hope your parents ain't vulgar, 'cause that'll be setting you a very bad example, and spoiling your morals."
"I am sure Papa and Mamma are not vulgar," said Editha.
The burglar opened another drawer, and chuckled again, and this suggested to Editha's mind another question.
"Is your business a good one?" she suddenly inquired of him.
"'Tain't as good as it ought to be, by no manner o' means," said the burglar. "Everyone hain't as obliging as you, my little dear."
"Oh," said Editha, "you know you obliged me by not making a noise."
"Well," said the burglar, "as a rule, we don't make a practice of making no more noise than we can help. It hain't considered healthy in the profession."
"Would you mind leaving us a few forks and spoons to eat with, if you please? I beg pardon for interrupting you, but I'm afraid we shall not have any to use at breakfast."
"Hain't you got no steel uns?" inquired the burglar.
"Mamma wouldn't like to use steel ones, I'm sure," Editha answered. "I'll tell you what you can do. Please leave out enough for Mamma, and I can use steel. I don't care about myself much."
The man seemed to think a moment, and then he was really so accommodating as to do as she asked, and even went to the length of leaving out her own little fork and knife and spoon.
"Oh, you are very kind,"
said Editha when she saw him do this. That's a reward of merit, 'cause you didn't squeal, said the burglar. He was so busy for the next few minutes that he did not speak, though now and then he broke into a low laugh, as if he was thinking of something very funny indeed. During the silence, Editha sat holding her little feet in her nightgown and watching him very curiously. A great many new thoughts came into her active brain, and at last she could not help asking some more questions. "Would you really rather be a burglar than anything else?" she inquired respectfully. "Well," said the man, "perhaps I'd prefer to be Lord Mayor, or a member of the House of Lords, or even the Prince of Wales, only for there being obstacles in the way of it."
"Oh," said Editha, "you couldn't be Prince of Wales, you know. I mean, wouldn't you rather be in some other profession? My papa is an editor," she added. "How would you like to be an editor?"
"Well," said the burglar, "if your pa'd change with me, or if he'd chance to know any editor with a roaring trade as'd be so obliging as to hand it over, it's what I've always had a leaning to."
"I am sure papa would not like to be a burglar," said Editha thoughtfully. "But perhaps he might speak to his friends about you, if you would give me your name and address, and if I were to tell him how obliging you were, and if I told him you really didn't like being a burglar."
The burglar put his hand to his pocket and gave a start of great surprise. "To think of me forgetting my card case," he said, "and a leaving it on the piano when I come out. I'm such a bloomin' forgetful cove. I might have known I'd have wanted it."
"It is a pity," said Editha, "but if you told me your name and your number, I think I could remember it."
"I'm afeard you couldn't," said the burglar regretfully, "but I'll try you. Lord Algy and Edward Albert de Pentonville Hyde Park. Can you think of that?"
"Are you a lord?" exclaimed Editha. "Dear me, how strange!"
"It is singular," said the burglar, shaking his head. "I've often thought so myself. But not wishing to detain a lady no longer than can be helped, suppose we take a turn in the library among your respected pa's things."
"Don't make a noise," said Editha as she led the way.
But when they reached the library, her loving little heart failed her. All the things her father valued most were there, and he would be sure to be so sorry if one of them was missing when he returned. She stood on the threshold a moment and looked about her.
"Oh," she whispered, "please do me another favor, won't you? Please let me slip quietly upstairs and bring down my own things instead. They will be so easy to carry away, and they are very valuable, and I will make you a present of them if you will not touch anything that belongs to papa. He is so fond of his things, and besides that, he is so good."
The burglar gave a rather strange and disturbed look at her. "Go and get your gimcracks," he said in a somewhat grumbling voice. Her treasures were in her own room, and her bare feet made no sound as she crept slowly up the staircase and then down again. But when she handed the little box to the burglar, her eyes were wet.
"Papa gave me the watch, and Mamma gave me the locket," she whispered tremulously, "and the pearls were Grandmamma's, and Grandmamma is in heaven."
It would not be easy to know what the burglar thought. He looked queerer than ever. Perhaps he was not quite so bad as some burglars, and felt rather ashamed of taking her treasures from a little girl who loved other people so much better than she loved herself. But he did not touch any of Papa's belongings, and indeed did not remain much longer. He grumbled a little when he looked into the drawing-room, saying something to himself about folks never having no consideration for a cove, and leaving nothing portable handy, and expecting him to carry off 75-pound bronze clocks and marble statues. But though Editha was very sorry to see that he appeared annoyed, she did not understand him. After that, he returned to the pantry and helped himself to some cold game pie, and seemed to enjoy it, and then poured out a tumbler of wine, which Editha thought a great deal to drink at once. "Your health, my dear," he said, "and happy returns, and many on 'em. May you grow up a ornament to your sect, and a comfort to your respected ma and pa." And he threw his head back very far, and drank the very last drop in the glass, which was vulgar, to say the least of it. Then he took up his bundles of silver and the other articles he had appropriated, and seeing that he was going away, Editha rose from the pantry step.
"Are you going out through the window?"
she asked. "Yes, my dear," he answered with a chuckle. "It's a little habit I've got into. I prefers 'em to doors."
"Well, good-bye," she said, holding out her hand politely. "And thank you, my lord." She felt it only respectable to say that, even if he had fallen into bad habits and become a burglar. He shook hands with her in quite a friendly manner, and even made a bow. "You're welcome, my dear, and I must add that if I ever see a queerer or better behaved little kid, may I be blowed. Or, as you told me it would be more correcter to say, I'll be blown." Editha did not know he was joking. She thought he was improving, and that if he had had advantages, he might have been a very nice man. It was astonishing how neatly he slipped through the window. He was gone in a second, and Editha found herself standing alone in the dark, as he had taken his lantern with him. She groped her way out and up the stairs, and then for the first time she began to feel cold and rather weak and strange. It was more like being frightened than any feeling she had had while the burglar was in the house. "Perhaps, if he had been a very bad burglar, he might have killed me," she said to herself, trembling a little. "I am very glad he did not kill me, for it would have hurt Mamma so, and Papa too, when he came back and they told him." Her mamma wakened in the morning with a bright smile. "Nobody hurt us, Nixie," she said. "We're all right, aren't we?" "Yes, Mamma dear," said Editha. She did not want to startle her just then, so she said nothing more, and even said nothing all through the excitement that followed the discovery of the robbery, and indeed said nothing until her papa came home, and then he wondered so at her pale face, and petted her so tenderly, and thought it so strange that nothing but her treasures had been taken from upstairs, that she could keep her secret no longer. "Papa," she cried out all at once in a trembling voice, "I gave them to him myself." "You, Nixie? You?" exclaimed her papa, looking alarmed. "Kitty, the fright has made the poor little thing ill." "No, Papa," said Editha, her hands shaking, and the tears rushing into her eyes. She did not know why. "I heard him, and I knew Mamma would be so frightened, and it came into my mind to ask him not to waken her, and I crept downstairs and asked him, and he was not at all unkind, though he laughed, and I stayed with him and told him I would give him all my things if he would not touch yours nor Mamma's. He wasn't such a bad burglar, Papa, and he told me he would rather be something more respectable." And she hid her face on her papa's shoulder. "Kitty!" Papa cried out. "Oh, Kitty!" Then her mamma flew to her and knelt down by her, kissing her and crying aloud, "Oh, Nixie, if he had hurt you! If he had hurt you!" "He knew I was not going to scream, Mamma," said Editha, "and he knew I was too little to hurt him. I told him so." She scarcely understood why Mamma cried so much more at this, and why even Papa's eyes were wet as he held her close up to his breast. "It's my fault, Francis," wept the poor little mamma. "I have left her too much to herself, and I have not been a wise mother. Oh, to think of her risking her dear little life just to save me from being frightened, and to think of her giving up the things she loves for our sakes. I will be a better mother to her after this, and take care of her more." But I am happy to say that the watch and locket and pearls were not altogether lost, and came back to their gentle little owner in time. About 6 months after, the burglar was caught, as burglars are apt to be, and after being tried and sentenced to transportation to the penal settlements, which means that he was to be sent away to be a prisoner in a far country, a police officer came one day to see Editha's papa, and he actually came from that burglar who was in jail and wanted to see Editha for a special reason. Editha's papa took her to see him, and the moment she entered his cell she knew him. "How do you do, my lord?" she said in a gentle tone. "Not as lively as common, miss," he answered, "in consequence of the confinement not being good for me health." "None of your chaff," said the police officer. "Say what you have to say." And then, strange to say, the burglar brought forth from under his mattress a box, which he handed to the little girl. "One of my visitors brought 'em in to me this morning," he said. "I thought you might as well have 'em. I kept 'em partly 'cause it was more convenient, and partly 'cause I took a fancy to you. I've seen many curious things, sir," he said to Edith's papa, "but never nothing as bloomin' queer as that little kid a-comin' in and tellin' me she won't hurt me, nor yet won't scream, and please won't I burgle quietly so as not to disturb her, ma. It brought my heart in my mouth when I first see her, and then, Lord, how I laughed. I almost made up my mind to give her things back to her before I left, but I didn't quite do that. It was again human nature." But they were in the box now, and Editha was so glad to see them that she could scarcely speak for a few seconds. Then she thanked the burglar politely. "I am very much obliged to you," she said, "and I'm really very sorry you are to be sent so far away.
I am sure Papa would have tried to help you if he could, though he says he is afraid you would not do for an editor." The burglar closed one eye and made a very singular grimace at the police officer, who turned away suddenly and did not look around until Editha had bidden her acquaintance good-bye. And even this was not quite all. A few weeks later, a box was left for Editha by a very shabby, queer-looking man, who quickly disappeared as soon as he had given it to the servant at the door. And in this box was a very large, old-fashioned silver watch, almost as big as a turnip, and inside the lid were scratched these words: "To the little kid, from a friend and well-wisher, Lord Algy and Albert de Pentonville, Hyde Park." End of Editha's Burglar by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
The Enchanted Types by L. Frank Baum. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. One time a Nook became tired of his beautiful life and longed for something new to do. The Nooks have more wonderful powers than any other immortal folk, except perhaps the fairies and Ryls. So one would suppose that a Nook who might gain anything he desired by a simple wish could not be otherwise than happy and contented. But such was not the case with Papapo, the Nook we are speaking of. He had lived thousands of years and had enjoyed all the wonders he could think of. Yet life had become as tedious to him now as it might be to one who was unable to gratify a single wish. Finally, by chance, Papapo thought of the earth people who dwell in cities, and so he resolved to visit them and see how they lived. This would surely be fine amusement, and serve to pass away many wearisome hours. Therefore, one morning, after a breakfast so dainty that you could scarcely imagine it, Papapo set out for the earth, and at once was in the midst of a big city. His own dwelling was so quiet and peaceful that the roaring noise of the town startled him. His nerves were so shocked that before he had looked around 3 minutes, he decided to give up the adventure and instantly returned home. This satisfied for a time his desire to visit the earth cities. But soon the monotony of his existence again made him restless and gave him another thought. At night, the people slept, and the cities would be quiet. He would visit them at night. So at the proper time, Papapo transported himself in a jiffy to a great city, where he began wandering about the streets. Everyone was in bed. No wagons rattled along the pavements. No throngs of busy men shouted and hallooed. Even the policemen slumbered slyly, and there happened to be no prowling thieves abroad. His nerves being soothed by the stillness, Papapo began to enjoy himself. He entered many of the houses and examined their rooms with much curiosity. Locks and bolts made no difference to a Nook, and he saw as well in darkness as in daylight. After a time, he strolled into the business portion of the city. Stores are unknown among the immortals, who have no need of money or of barter and exchange. So Papapo was greatly interested by the novel sight of so many collections of goods and merchandise. During his wanderings, he entered a millinery shop, and was surprised to see within a large glass case a great number of women's hats, each bearing in one position or another a stuffed bird. Indeed, some of the most elaborate hats had 2 or 3 birds upon them. Now Nooks are the especial guardians of birds and love them dearly. To see so many of his little friends shut up in a glass case annoyed and grieved Papapo, who had no idea they had purposefully been placed upon the hats by the milliner. So he slid back one of the doors of the case, gave the little chirruping whistle of the Nooks that all birds know well, and called, "Come, friends, the door is open, fly out!" Papapo did not know the birds were stuffed. But stuffed or not, every bird is bound to obey a Nook's whistle and a Nook's call. So they left the hats, flew out of the case, and began fluttering about the room. "Poor dears," said the kind-hearted Nook, "you long to be in the fields and forests again." Then he opened the outer door for them and cried, "Off with you! Fly away, my beauties, and be happy again." The astonished birds at once obeyed, and when they had soared away into the night air, the Knook closed the door and continued his wandering through the streets. By dawn he saw many interesting sights, but day broke before he had finished the city, and he resolved to come the next evening a few hours earlier. As soon as it was dark the following day he came again to the city, and on passing the millinery shop, noticed a light within. Entering, he found two women, one of whom leaned her head upon the table and sobbed bitterly, while the other strove to comfort her. Of course, Papa was invisible to mortal eyes, so he stood by and listened to their conversation. "Cheer up, sister," said one. "Even though your pretty birds have all been stolen, the hats themselves remain." "Alas," cried the other, who was the milliner, "no one will buy my hats partly trimmed, for the fashion is to wear birds upon them, and if I cannot sell my goods I shall be utterly ruined." Then she renewed her sobbing, and the Knook stole away, feeling a little ashamed to realize that in his love for the birds he had unconsciously wronged one of the earth people and made her unhappy. This thought brought him back to the millinery shop later in the night, when the two women had gone home. He wanted in some way to replace the birds upon the hats, that the poor woman might be happy again. So he searched until he came upon a nearby cellar full of little gray mice, who lived quite undisturbed and gained a livelihood by gnawing through the walls into neighboring houses and stealing food from the pantries. "Here are just the creatures," thought Popopo, "to place upon the women's hats. Their fur is almost as soft as the plumage of the birds, and it strikes me the mice are remarkably pretty and graceful animals. Moreover, they now pass their lives in stealing, and were they obliged to remain always upon women's hats, their morals will be much improved." So he exercised a charm that drew all the mice from the cellar and placed them upon the hats in the glass case, where they occupied the places the birds had vacated and looked very becoming, at least in the eyes of the unworldly Knook. To prevent their running about and leaving the hats, Popopo rendered them motionless, and then he was so pleased with his work that he decided to remain in the shop and witness the delight of the milliner when she saw how daintily her hats were now trimmed. She came in the early morning, accompanied by her sister, and her face wore a sad and resigned expression. After sweeping and dusting the shop and drawing the blinds, she opened the glass case and took out a hat. But when she saw a tiny gray mouse nestling among the ribbons and laces, she gave a loud shriek, and dropping the hat, sprang with one bound to the top of the table. The sister, knowing the shriek to be one of fear, leaped upon a chair and exclaimed, "What is it? Oh, what is it?" "A mouse!" gasped the milliner, trembling with terror. Popopo, seeing this commotion, now realized that mice are especially disagreeable to human beings, and that he had made a grave mistake in placing them upon the hats. So he gave a low whistle of command that was heard only by the mice. Instantly, they all jumped from the hats, dashed out the open door of the glass case, and scampered away to their cellar. But this action so frightened the milliner and her sister that after giving several loud screams, they fell upon their backs on the floor and fainted away. Popopo was a kind-hearted Knook, but on witnessing all this misery caused by his own ignorance of the ways of humans, he straightway wished himself at home, and so left the poor women to recover as best they could. Yet he could not escape a sad feeling of responsibility, and after thinking upon the matter, he decided that since he had caused the milliner's unhappiness by freeing the birds, he could set the matter right by restoring them to the glass case. He loved the birds, and disliked to condemn them to slavery again, but that seemed the only way to end the trouble. So he set off to find the birds. They had flown a long distance, but it was nothing to Popopo to reach them in a second, and he discovered them sitting upon the branches of a big chestnut tree and singing gaily. When they saw the Knook, the birds cried, "Thank you, Popopo. Thank you for setting us free." "Do not thank me," returned the Knook, "for I have come to send you back to the millinery shop." "Why?" demanded a blue jay, angrily, while the others stopped their songs. "Because I find the woman considers you her property, and your loss has caused her much unhappiness," answered Popopo. "But remember how unhappy we were in her glass case," said a robin redbreast gravely. And as for being her property, you are a Nook, and the natural guardian of all birds, so you know that nature created us free. To be sure, wicked men shot and stuffed us, and sold us to the milliner, but the idea of our being her property is nonsense. Papapo was puzzled. If I leave you free, he said, wicked men will shoot you again, and you will be no better off than before. Pooh! Exclaimed the blue jay. We cannot be shot now, for we are stuffed. Indeed, 2 men fired several shots at us this morning, but the bullets only ruffled our feathers and buried themselves in our stuffing. We do not fear men now. Listen, said Papapo sternly, for he felt the birds were getting the best of the argument. The poor milliner's business will be ruined if I do not return you to her shop. It seems you are necessary to trim the hats properly. It is the fashion for women to wear birds upon their headgear. So the poor milliner's wares, although beautified by lace and ribbons, are worthless unless you are perched upon them. Fashions, said a blackbird solemnly, are made by men. What law is there among birds or nooks that requires us to be the slaves of fashion? What have we to do with fashions anyway? Screamed a linnet. If it were the fashion to wear nooks perched upon women's hats, would you be contented to stay there? Answer me, Papapo. But Papapo was in despair. He could not wrong the birds by sending them back to the milliner, nor did he wish the milliner to suffer by their loss. So he went home to think about what could be done. After much meditation, he decided to consult the king of the Nooks, and going at once to his majesty, he told him the whole story. The king frowned. This should teach you the folly of interfering with earth people, he said. But since you have caused all this trouble, it is your duty to remedy it. Our birds cannot be enslaved, that is certain. Therefore, you must have the fashions changed, so it will no longer be stylish for women to wear birds upon their hats. How shall I do that? Asked Papapo. Easily enough. Fashions often change among the earth people, who tire quickly of any one thing. When they read in their newspapers and magazines that the style is so and so, they never question the matter, but at once obey the mandate of fashion. So you must visit the newspapers and magazines and enchant the types. Enchant the types, echoed Papapo in wonder. Just so. Make them read that it is no longer the fashion to wear birds upon hats. That will afford relief to your poor milliner and at the same time set free thousands of our darling birds who have been so cruelly used. Papapo thanked the wise king and followed his advice. The office of every newspaper and magazine in the city was visited by the Nook, and then he went to other cities, until there was not a publication in the land that had not a new fashion note in its pages. Sometimes Papapo enchanted the types, so that whoever read the print would see only what the Nook wished them to. Sometimes he called upon the busy editors and befuddled their brains until they wrote exactly what he wanted them to. Mortals seldom know how greatly they are influenced by fairies, nooks, and rills, who often put thoughts into their heads that only the wise little immortals could have conceived. The following morning, when the poor milliner looked over her newspaper, she was overjoyed to read that no woman could now wear a bird upon her hat and be in style, for the newest fashion required only ribbons and laces. Papapo after this found much enjoyment in visiting every millinery shop he could find and giving new life to the stuffed birds which were carelessly tossed aside as useless. And they flew to the fields and forests with songs of thanks to the good Nook who had rescued them. Sometimes a hunter fires his gun at a bird and then wonders why he did not hit it. But having read this story, you will understand that the bird must have been a stuffed one from some millinery shop, which cannot, of course, be killed by a gun. End of The Enchanted Types by L. Frank Baum. Read by Ken Tolber.
The Fisher-Boy Urashima by Anonymous. Translated by Basil Hall Chamberlain. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fisher-Boy Urashima. Long, long ago, there lived, on the coast of the Sea of Japan, a young fisherman named Urashima, a kindly lad and clever with his rod and line. Well, one day he went out in his boat to fish, but instead of catching any fish, what do you think he caught? Why, a great big tortoise, with a hard shell and such a funny wrinkled old face and a tiny tail. Now, I must tell you something which very likely you don't know, and that is that tortoises always live 1,000 years. At least Japanese tortoises do. So Urashima thought to himself, a fish would do for my dinner just as well as this tortoise. In fact, better. Why should I go and kill the poor thing and prevent it from enjoying itself for another 999 years? No, no, I won't be so cruel. I'm sure Mother wouldn't like me to. And with these words he threw the tortoise back into the sea. The next thing that happened was that Urashima went to sleep in his boat, for it was one of those hot summer days when almost everybody enjoys a nap of an afternoon. And as he slept, there came up from beneath the waves a beautiful girl, who got into the boat and said, "I am the daughter of the sea god, and I live with my father in the dragon palace beyond the waves. It was not a tortoise that you caught just now, and so kindly threw back into the water instead of killing it. It was myself. My father the sea god has sent me to see whether you were good or bad. We now know that you are a good kind boy who doesn't like to do cruel things, and so I have come to fetch you. You shall marry me, if you like, and we will live happily together for 1,000 years in the dragon palace beyond the deep blue sea." So Urashima took one oar, and the sea god's daughter took the other, and they rowed, and they rowed, and they rowed, till at last they came to the dragon palace, where the sea god lived and ruled as king over all the dragons and the tortoises and the fishes. Oh dear, what a lovely place it was! The walls of the palace were of coral. The trees had emeralds for leaves and rubies for berries. The fishes' scales were of silver, and the dragons' tails of solid gold. Just think of the very most beautiful glittering things that you have ever seen, and put them all together, and then you will know what this palace looked like. And it all belonged to Urashima, for was he not the son-in-law of the sea god, the husband of the lovely dragon princess? Well, they lived on happily for 3 years, wandering about every day among the beautiful trees with emerald leaves and ruby berries. But one morning Urashima said to his wife, "I am very happy here. Still I want to go home and see my father and mother and brothers and sisters. Just let me go for a short time, and I'll soon be back again." "I don't like you to go," said she. "I am very much afraid that something dreadful will happen. However, if you will go, there is no help for it. Only you must take this box, and be very careful not to open it. If you open it, you will never be able to come back here." So Urashima promised to take great care of the box, and not to open it on any account. And then, getting into his boat, he rowed off, and at last landed on the shore of his own country. But what had happened while he had been away? Where had his father's cottage gone to? What had become of the village where he used to live? The mountains indeed were there as before, but the trees on them had been cut down. The little brook that ran close by his father's cottage was still running, but there were no women washing clothes in it any more. It seemed very strange that everything should have changed so much in 3 short years. So, as 2 men chanced to pass along the beach, Urashima went up to them and said, "Can you tell me, please, where Urashima's cottage that used to stand here has been moved to?" "Urashima," said they, "why, it was 400 years ago that he was drowned out fishing. His parents and his brothers and their grandchildren are all dead long ago. It is an old, old story. How can you be so foolish as to ask after his cottage? It fell to pieces hundreds of years ago." Then it suddenly flashed across Urashima's mind that the sea god's palace beyond the waves, with its coral walls and its ruby fruits and its dragons with tails of solid gold, must be part of fairyland, and that one day there was probably as long as a year in this world, so that his 3 years in the sea god's palace had really been hundreds of years. Of course there was no use in staying at home, now that all his friends were dead and buried, and even the village had passed away. So Urashima was in a great hurry to get back to his wife, the dragon princess beyond the sea. But which was the way? He couldn't find it, with no one to show it to him. "Perhaps," thought he, "if I open the box which she gave me, I shall be able to find the way." So he disobeyed her orders not to open the box. Or, perhaps, he forgot them, foolish boy that he was. Anyhow, he opened the box. And what do you think came out of it? Nothing but a white cloud, which floated away over the sea. Urashima shouted to the cloud to stop, rushed about and screamed with sorrow, for he remembered now what his wife had told him, and how, after opening the box, he should never be able to go to the sea god's palace again. But soon he could neither run nor shout any more. Suddenly his hair grew white as snow, his face got wrinkled, and his back bent like that of a very old man. Then his breath stopped short, and he fell down dead on the beach. Poor Urashima! He died because he had been foolish and disobedient. If only he had done as he was told, he might have lived another 1,000 years. Wouldn't you like to go and see the dragon palace beyond the waves, where the sea god lives and rules as king over the dragons and the tortoises and the fishes, where the trees have emeralds for leaves and rubies for berries, where the fishes' tails are of silver and the dragons' tails all of solid gold? End of the Fisher-Boy Urashima, by Anonymous. Translated by Basil Hall Chamberlain. Read by Algy Pug.
Lazy Lawrence by Maria Edgeworth. In the pleasant valley of Ashton there lived an elderly woman of the name of Preston. She had a small, neat cottage, and there was not a weed to be seen in her garden. It was upon her garden that she chiefly depended for support. It consisted of strawberry beds and one small border for flowers. The pinks and roses she tied up in nice nosegays and sent either to Clifton or Bristol to be sold. As to her strawberries, she did not send them to market, because it was the custom for numbers of people to come from Clifton in the summertime to eat strawberries and cream at the gardens in Ashton. Now the widow Preston was so obliging, active, and good-humored that everyone who came to see her was pleased. She lived happily in this manner for several years, but alas, one autumn she fell sick, and during her illness everything went wrong, for her garden was neglected, her cow died, and all the money which she had saved was spent in paying for medicines. The winter passed away while she was so weak that she could earn but little by her work. And when the summer came, her rent was called for, and the rent was not ready in her little purse as usual. She begged a few months' delay, and they were granted to her. But at the end of that time there was no resource but to sell her horse Lightfoot. Now Lightfoot, though perhaps he had seen his best days, was a very great favorite. In his youth he had always carried the dame to market behind her husband, and it was now her little son Jem's turn to ride him. It was Jim's business to feed Lightfoot and to take care of him, a charge which he never neglected, for besides being a very good-natured, he was a very industrious boy. "It will go near to break my Jim's heart," said Dame Preston to herself, as she sat one evening beside the fire stirring the embers and considering how she had best open the matter to her son, who stood opposite to her, eating a dry crust of bread very heartily for supper. "Jim," said the old woman, "what, aren't hungry?" "That I am brave and hungry." "I no wonder you've been brave hard at work, eh?" "Brave hard. I wish it was not so dark, Mother, that you might just step out and see the great bed I've dug. I know you'd say it was no bad day's work. And oh, Mother, I've good news. Farmer Truck will give us the giant strawberries, and I'm to go for 'em tomorrow morning, and I'll be back afore breakfast." "God bless the boy, how he talks! 4 mile there and 4 mile back again afore breakfast." "Aye, upon Lightfoot, you know, Mother, very easily, mayn't I?" "Aye, child. Why do you sigh, Mother? Finish thy supper, child." "I've done," cried Jim, swallowing the last mouthful hastily, as if he thought he had been too long at supper. "And now for the great needle. I must see and mend Lightfoot's bridle afore I go to bed." To work he set by the light of the fire, and the dame, having once more stirred it, began again with, "Jim, dear, does he go lame at all now?" "What? Lightfoot? Oh, la, no, not he. Never was so well of his lameness in all his life. He's grown quite young again, I think, and then he's so fat he can hardly wag." "God bless him. That's right. We must see Jim and keep him fat." "For what, Mother?" "For Monday fortnight at the fair. He's to be sold." "Lightfoot!" cried Jim, and let the bridle fall from his hand. "And will Mother sell Lightfoot?" "Will, no. But I must, Jim." "Must? Who says you must? Why must you, Mother?" "I must, I say, child. Why must not I pay my debts honestly? And must not I pay my rent? And was not it called for long and long ago? And have not I had time? And did not I promise to pay it for certain Monday fortnight? And am not I 2 guineas short? And where am I to find 2 guineas? So what signifies talking, child?" said the widow, leaning her head upon her arm. "Lightfoot must go." Jim was silent for a few minutes. 2 guineas. That's a great, great deal. If I worked and worked and worked ever so hard, I could no ways earn 2 guineas afore Monday fortnight. Could I, Mother?" "Lord help thee! No, not and work thyself to death." "But I could earn something, though, I say," cried Jim proudly. "And I will earn something. If it be ever so little, it will be something, and I shall do my very best. So I will." "That I'm sure of, my child," said his mother, drawing him towards her and kissing him. "You were always a good, industrious lad. That I will say afore your face or behind your back. But it won't do now. Lightfoot must go." Jim turned away, struggling to hide his tears, and went to bed without saying a word more. But he knew that crying would do no good, so he presently wiped his eyes and lay awake, considering what he could possibly do to save the horse. "If I get ever so little," he said to himself, "it will be something, and who knows but landlord might then wait a bit longer, and we might make it all up in time, for a penny a day might come to 2 guineas in time." But how to get the first penny was the question. Then he recollected that one day, when he had been sent to Clifton to sell some flowers, he had seen an old woman with a board beside her covered with various sparkling stones, which people stopped to look at as they passed, and he remembered that some people bought the stones. One paid 2 pence, another 3 pence, and another 6 pence for them. And Jem heard her say that she got them amongst the neighboring rocks, so he thought that if he tried, he might find some too, and sell them as she had done. Early in the morning, he wakened full of this scheme, jumped up, dressed himself, and, having given one look at poor Lightfoot in his stable, set off to Clifton in search of the old woman to inquire where she found her sparkling stones. But it was too early in the morning. The old woman was not at her seat, so he turned back again disappointed. But he did not waste his time waiting for her, but saddled and bridled Lightfoot and went to Farmer Truck's for the giant strawberries. A great part of the morning was spent in putting them into the ground, and as soon as that was finished, he set out again in quest of the old woman, whom, to his great joy, he spied sitting at her corner of the street with her board before her. But this old woman was deaf and cross, and when at last Jem made her hear his questions, he could get no answer from her but that she found the fossils where he would never find any more. "But can't I look where you looked?" "Look away. Nobody hinders you," replied the old woman, and these were the only words she would say. Jem was not, however, a boy to be easily discouraged. He went to the rocks and walked slowly along, looking at all the stones as he passed. Presently he came to a place where a number of men were at work loosening some large rocks, and one amongst the workmen was stooping down looking for something very eagerly. Jem ran up and asked if he could help him. "Yes," said the man, "you can. I've just dropped amongst this heap of rubbish a fine piece of crystal that I got today." "What kind of looking thing is it?" said Jem. "White and like glass," said the man, and went on working whilst Jem looked very carefully over the heap of rubbish for a great while. "Come," said the man, "it's gone forever. Don't trouble yourself any more, my boy." "It's no trouble. I'll look a little longer. We'll not give it up so soon," said Jem, and after he had looked a little longer, he found the piece of crystal. "Thank ye," said the man. "You are a fine little industrious fellow." Jem, encouraged by the tone of voice in which the man spoke this, ventured to ask him the same questions which he had asked the old woman. "One good turn deserves another," said the man. "We are going to dinner just now, and shall leave off work. Wait for me here, and I'll make it worth your while." Jem waited, and as he was very attentively observing how the workmen went on with their work, he heard somebody near him give a great yawn, and turning round he saw stretched upon the grass beside the river a boy about his own age, who, in the village of Ashton, as he knew, went by the name of Lazy Lawrence, a name which he most justly deserved, for he never did anything from morning to night. He neither worked nor played, but sauntered or lounged about restless and yawning. His father was an alehouse keeper, and being generally drunk, could take no care of his son, so that Lazy Lawrence grew every day worse and worse. However, some of the neighbors said that he was a good-natured, poor fellow enough, and would never do anyone harm but himself, whilst others, who were wiser, often shook their heads and told him that idleness was the root of all evil. "What, Lawrence?" cried Jem to him, when he saw him lying upon the grass. "What, are you asleep?" "Not quite." "Are you awake?" "Not quite." "What are you doing there?" "Nothing." What are you thinking of? Nothing. What makes you lie there? I don't know, because I can't find anybody to play with me today. Will you come and play? No, I can't. I'm busy. Busy, cried Lawrence, stretching himself. You are always busy. I would not be you for the world to have so much to do always. And I, said Jem, laughing, would not be you for the world to have nothing to do. They then parted, for the workman just then called Jem to follow him. He took him home to his own house and showed him a parcel of fossils, which he had gathered, he said, on purpose to sell, but had never had time enough to sell them. Now, however, he set about the task, and having picked out those which he judged to be the best, he put them in a small basket and gave them to Jem to sell, upon condition that he should bring him half of what he got. Jem, pleased to be employed, was ready to agree to what the man proposed, provided his mother had no objection. When he went home to dinner, he told his mother his scheme, and she smiled and said he might do as he pleased, for she was not afraid of his being from home. You are not an idle boy, said she, so there is little danger of your getting into any mischief. Accordingly, Jem that evening took his stand with his little basket upon the bank of the river, just at the place where people land from a ferry boat, and walk turns to the wells, and numbers of people perpetually pass to drink the waters. He chose his place well, and waited nearly all the evening, offering his fossils with great assiduity to every passenger, but not one person bought any. Hello, cried some sailors who had just rowed a boat to land. Bear a hand here, will you, my little fellow, and carry these parcels for us into yonder house? Jem ran down immediately for the parcels, and did what he was asked to do so quickly and with so much goodwill that the master of the boat took notice of him, and when he was going away, stopped to ask him what he had got in his little basket. And when he saw that they were fossils, he immediately told Jem to follow him, for that he was going to carry some shells he had brought from abroad to a lady in the neighborhood, who was making a grotto. She will very likely buy your stones into the bargain. Come along, my lad, we can but try. The lady lived but a very little way off, so that they were soon at her house. She was alone in her parlor and was sorting a bundle of feathers of different colors. They lay on a sheet of pasteboard upon a window seat. And it happened that as the sailor was bustling round the table to show off his shells, he knocked down the sheet of pasteboard and scattered all the feathers. The lady looked very sorry, which Jem observing, he took the opportunity, while she was busy looking over the sailor's bag of shells, to gather together all the feathers and sort them according to their different colors, as he had seen them sorted when he first came into the room. Where is the little boy you brought with you? I thought I saw him here just now. And here I am, ma'am, cried Jem, creeping from under the table, with some few remaining feathers which he had picked from the carpet. I thought, added he, pointing to the others, I had better be doing something than standing idle, ma'am. She smiled, and pleased with his activity and simplicity, began to ask him several questions, such as who he was, where he lived, what employment he had, and how much a day he earned by gathering fossils. This is the first day I ever tried, said Jem. I never sold any yet, and if you don't buy 'em now, ma'am, I'm afraid nobody else will, for I've asked everybody else. Come then, said the lady, laughing. If that is the case, I think I had better buy them all. So emptying all the fossils out of his basket, she put half a crown into it. Jem's eyes sparkled with joy. "Oh, thank you, ma'am," said he. "I will be sure and bring you as many more tomorrow." "Yes, but I don't promise you," said she, "to give you half a crown tomorrow. But perhaps, though you don't promise it, you will." "No," said the lady, "do not deceive yourself. I assure you that I will not. That, instead of encouraging you to be industrious, would teach you to be idle." Jem did not quite understand what she meant by this, but answered, "I'm sure I don't wish to be idle. What I want is to earn something every day, if I know how. I'm sure I don't wish to be idle. If you knew all, you'd know I did not." "How do you mean, if I knew all?" "Why, I mean, if you knew about Lightfoot." "Who's Lightfoot?" "Why, Mammy's horse," added Jem, looking out the window. "I must make haste home and feed him afore it gets dark. He'll wonder what's gone with me." "Let him wonder a few minutes longer," said the lady, "and tell me the rest of your story." "I've no story, ma'am, to tell, but is how Mammy says he must go to the fair Monday fortnight to be sold, if she can't get 2 guineas for her rent. And I should be main sorry to part with him, for I love him and he loves me, so I'll work for him. I will all I can. To be sure, as Mammy says, I have no chance, such a little fellow as I am, of earning 2 guineas for Monday fortnight." "But you are willing earnestly to work," said the lady. "You know there is a great deal of difference between picking up a few stones and working steadily every day and all day long." "But," said Jem, "I would work every day and all day long." "Then," said the lady, "I will give you work. Come here tomorrow morning, and my gardener will set you to weed the shrubberies, and I will pay you 6 pence a day. Remember, you must be at the gates by 6 o'clock." Jem bowed, thanked her, and went away. It was late in the evening, and Jem was impatient to get home to feed Lightfoot. Yet he recollected that he had promised the man who had trusted him to sell the fossils that he would bring him half of what he got for them. So he thought that he had better go to him directly, and away he went, running along the water side about 1/4 of a mile till he came to the man's house. He was just come home from work, and was surprised when Jem showed him the half-crown, saying, "Look what I got for the stones. You are to have half, you know." "No," said the man when he heard his story, "I shall not take half of that. It was given to you. I expected but 1 shilling at the most, and half of that is but 6 pence, and I'll take that. Wife, give the lad 2 shillings and take this half-crown." So the wife opened a glove and took out 2 shillings. And the man, as she opened the glove, put in his fingers and took out a little silver penny. "There, he shall have that into the bargain for his honesty. Honesty is the best policy. There's a lucky penny for you that I've kept ever since I can remember. Don't you ever go to part with it, do ye hear?" cried the woman. "Let him do what he will with it, wife," said the man. "But," argued the wife, "another penny would do just as well to buy gingerbread, and that's what it will go for." "No, that it shall not, I promise you," said Jem. And so he ran away home, fed Lightfoot, stroked him, went to bed, jumped up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and went singing to work, as gay as a lark. 4 days he worked, every day and all day long. And every evening the lady, when she came out to walk in her gardens, looked at his work. At last she said to her gardener, "This little boy works very hard." "Never had so good a little boy about the grounds," said the gardener. "He's always at his work. Let me come by when I will, and he has got twice as much done as another would do. Yes, twice as much, ma'am. For look here, He began at this here rose bush, and now he's got to where you stand, ma'am. And here is the day's work for that other boy, and he's 3 years older, too. Did today. I say, measure gems fairly, and it's twice as much, I'm sure. Well, said the lady to her gardener, show me how much is a fair day's work for a boy of his age. Come at 6 o'clock and go at 6. Why, about this much, ma'am, said the gardener, marking off a piece of the border with his spade. Then, little boy, said the lady, so much shall be your task every day. The gardener will mark it off for you, and when you've done, the rest of the day you may do what you please. Jim was extremely glad of this, and the next day he had finished his task by 4 o'clock, so that he had all the rest of the evening to himself. He was as fond of play as any little boy could be, and when he was at it he played with all the eagerness and gaiety imaginable. So as soon as he had finished his task, fed Lightfoot, and put by the 6 pence he had earned that day, he ran to the playground in the village, where he found a party of boys playing, and amongst them lazy Lawrence, who indeed was not playing, but lounging upon a gate, with his thumb in his mouth. The rest were playing at cricket. Jim joined them, and was the merriest and most active amongst them, till at last, when quite out of breath with running, he was obliged to give up to rest himself, and sat down upon the stile, close to the gate on which lazy Lawrence was swinging. "And why don't you play, Lawrence?" said he. "I'm tired," said Lawrence. "Tired of what?" "I don't know well what tires me. Grandmother says I'm ill and I must take something. I don't know what ails me." "Oh, pooh, take a good race. 1, 2, 3, and away, and you'll find yourself as well as ever. Come, run. 1, 2, 3, and away." "Ah, no, I can't run indeed," said he, hanging back heavily. "You know I can play all day long if I like it, so I don't mind play as you do, who have only 1 hour for it." "So much the worse for you. Come now, I'm quite fresh again. Will you have 1 game at ball, do?" "No, I tell you, I can't. I'm as tired as if I had been working all day long as hard as a horse." "10 times more," said Jim, "for I have been working all day long as hard as a horse, and yet you see I'm not a bit tired, only a little out of breath just now." "That's very odd," said Lawrence, and yawned for want of some better answer. Then, taking out a handful of halfpence, "See what I got from father today, because I asked him just at the right time when he had drunk a glass or two. Then I can get anything I want out of him. See, a penny, 2 pence, 3 pence, 4 pence. There's 8 pence in all. Would not you be happy if you had 8 pence? "Well, I don't know," said Jim, laughing, "for you don't seem happy and you have 8 pence. "That does not signify, though. I'm sure you only say that because you envy me. You don't know what it is to have 8 pence. You never had more than 2 pence or 3 pence at a time in all your life." Jim smiled. "Oh, as to that," said he, "you are mistaken, for I have at this very time more than 2 pence, 3 pence, or 8 pence either. I have, let me see stones, 2 shillings and 5 days' work. That's 5 6pences. That's 2 shillings and 6 pence. In all makes 4 shillings and 6 pence, and my silver penny. It's 4 and 7 pence. 4 and 7 pence. "You have not," said Lawrence, roused so as absolutely to stand upright. "4 and 7 pence, have you? Show it me, and then I'll believe you." "Follow me, then," cried Jim, "and I'll soon make you believe me. Come." "Is it far?" said Lawrence, following, half running, half hobbling, till he came to the stable, where Jim showed him his treasure. "And how did you come by it, honestly?" honestly, to be sure I did. I earned it all. Lord bless me, earned it? Well, I've a great mind to work. But then it's such hot weather. Besides, Grandmother says I'm not strong enough yet for hard work. And besides, I know how to coax Daddy out of money when I want it, so I need not work. But 4 and 7 pence. Let's see. What will you do with it all? That's a secret, said Jem, looking great. I can guess. I know what I'd do with it if it was mine. First, I'd buy pocketfuls of gingerbread. Then I'd buy ever so many apples and nuts. Don't you love nuts? I'd buy nuts enough to last me from this time to Christmas. And I'd make a little Newton crack 'em for me. For that's the worst of nuts. There's the trouble of cracking 'em. Well, you never deserved to have a nut. But you'll give me some of yours, said Lawrence in a fawning tone, for he thought it easier to coax than to work. You'll give me some of your good things, won't you? I shall not have any of those good things, said Jem. Then what will you do with all your money? Oh, I know very well what to do with it, but as I told you, that's a secret, and I shan't tell it anybody. Come now, let's go back and play. There's games up, I dare say. Lawrence went back with him full of curiosity and out of humor with himself and his 8 pence. If I had 4 and 7 pence, said he to himself, I certainly should be happy. The next day, as usual, Jem jumped up before 6 o'clock and went to his work, whilst lazy Lawrence sauntered about without knowing what to do with himself. In the course of 2 days he laid out 6 pence of his money in apples and gingerbread, and as long as these lasted he found himself well received by his companions. But at length, the 3rd day, he spent his last halfpenny, and when it was gone, unfortunately, some nuts tempted him very much, but he had no money to pay for them, so he ran home to coax his father, as he called it. When he got home, he heard his father talking very loud, and at first he thought he was drunk. But when he opened the kitchen door, he saw that he was not drunk, but angry. You lazy dog, cried he, turning suddenly upon Lawrence, and gave him such a violent box on the ear as made the light flash from his eyes. You lazy dog, see what you've done for me. Look, 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 I say. Lawrence looked as soon as he came to the use of his senses, and with fear, amazement, and remorse, beheld at least a dozen bottles burst, and the fine Worcestershire cider streaming over the floor. Now, did not I order you 3 days ago to carry these bottles to the cellar? And did not I charge you to wire the corks? Answer me, you lazy rascal, did not I? Yes, said Lawrence, scratching his head. And why was not it done, I ask you? Cried his father with renewed anger, as another bottle burst at that moment. What do you stand there for, you lazy brat? Why don't you move, I say? No, no, catching hold of him. I believe you can't move, but I'll make you. And he shook him till Lawrence was so giddy he could not stand. What had you to think of? What had you to do all day long that you could not carry my cider, my Worcestershire cider, to the cellar when I bid you? But go, you'll never be good for anything. You are such a lazy rascal. Get out of my sight. So saying, he pushed him out of the house, and Lawrence sneaked off, seeing this was no time to make his petition for halfpence. The next day he saw the nuts again, and wishing for them more than ever, he went home in hopes that his father as he said to himself, would be in a better humor. But the cider was still fresh in his recollection, and the moment Lawrence began to whisper the word halfpenny in his ear, his father swore with a loud oath, "I will not give you a halfpenny, no, not a farthing, for a month to come. If you want money, go work for it. I've had enough of your laziness. Go work." At these terrible words, Lawrence burst into tears, and going to the side of a ditch, sat down and cried for an hour. And when he had cried till he could cry no more, he exerted himself so far as to empty his pockets, to see whether there might not happen to be one halfpenny left. And, to his great joy, in the farthest corner of his pocket, one halfpenny was found. With this he proceeded to the fruit woman's stall. She was busy weighing out some plums, so he was obliged to wait. And whilst he was waiting, he heard some people near him talking and laughing very loud. The fruit woman's stall was at the gate of an inn yard, and peeping through the gate in this yard, Lawrence saw a postilion and a stable boy about his own size, playing at pitch farthing. He stood by watching them for a few minutes. "I began but with one halfpenny," cried the stable boy, with an oath. "And now I've got 2 pence, added he, jingling the halfpence in his waistcoat pocket. Lawrence was moved at the sound, and said to himself, "If I begin with 1 halfpenny, I may end like him with having 2 pence, and it is easier to play at pitch farthing than to work." So he stepped forward, presenting his halfpenny, offering to toss up with the stable boy, who, after looking him full in the face, accepted the proposal, and threw his halfpenny into the air. "Head or tail?" cried he. "Head," replied Lawrence, and it came up head. He seized the penny, surprised at his own success, and would have gone instantly to have laid it out in nuts, but the stable boy stopped him and tempted him to throw again. This time Lawrence lost. He threw again and won, and so he went on, sometimes losing, but most frequently winning, till half the morning was lost. At last, however, finding himself the master of 3 halfpence, said he would play no more. The stable boy, grumbling, swore he would have his revenge another time, and Lawrence went and bought his nuts. "It is a good thing," said he to himself, "to play at pitch farthing. The next time I want a halfpenny, I'll not ask my father for it, nor go to work neither." Satisfied with this resolution, he sat down to crack his nuts at his leisure, upon the horse block in the inn yard. Here, whilst he ate, he overheard the conversation of the stable boys and postilions. At first, their shocking oaths and loud wrangling frightened and shocked him, for Lawrence, though lazy, had not learned to be a wicked boy, but by degrees he was accustomed to the swearing and quarreling, and took a delight and interest in their disputes and battles, as this was an amusement which he could enjoy without any sort of exertion. He soon grew so fond of it that every day he returned to the stable yard, and the horse block became his constant seat. Here he found some relief from the insupportable fatigue of doing nothing, and here, hour after hour, with his elbows on his knees and his head on his hands, he sat, the spectator of wickedness. Gaming, cheating, and lying soon became familiar to him, and to complete his ruin, he formed a sudden and close intimacy with the stable boy, a very bad boy, with whom he had first begun to game. The consequences of this intimacy we shall presently see, but it is now time to inquire what little Jem had been doing all this while. One day, after Jem had finished his task, the gardener asked him to stay a little while to help him to carry some geranium pots into the hall. Jem, always active and obliging, readily stayed from play, and was carrying in a heavy flower pot when his mistress crossed the hall. "What a terrible litter," said she, "you are making here. Why don't you wipe your shoes upon the mat?" Jem turned to look for the mat, but he saw none. "Oh," said the lady, recollecting herself, "I can't blame you, for there is no mat." "No, ma'am," said the gardener, "nor I don't know when, if ever, the man will bring home those mats you bespoke, ma'am." "I am very sorry to hear that," said the lady. "I wish we could find somebody who would do them if he can't. I should not care what sort of mats they were, so that one could wipe one's feet on them." Jem, as he was sweeping away the litter, when he heard these last words, said to himself, "Perhaps I could make a mat." And all the way home, as he trudged along whistling, he was thinking over a scheme for making mats, which, however bold it may appear, he did not despair of executing with patience and industry. Many were the difficulties which his prophetic eye foresaw, but he felt within himself that spirit which spurs men on to great enterprises and makes them trample on impossibilities. In the first place, he recollected that he had seen lazy Lawrence, whilst he lounged upon the gate, twist a bit of heath into different shapes, and he thought that if he could find some way of plaiting heath firmly together, it would make a very pretty green soft mat, which would do very well for one to wipe one's shoes on. About a mile from his mother's house, on the common which Jem rode over when he went to Farmer Truck's for the giant strawberries, he remembered to have seen a great quantity of this heath, and as it was now only 6 o'clock in the evening, he knew that he should have time to feed Lightfoot, stroke him, go to the common, return, and make one trial of his skill before he went to bed. Lightfoot carried him swiftly to the common, and there Jem gathered as much of the heath as he thought he should want. But what toil, what time, what pains did it cost him before he could make anything like a mat? 20 times he was ready to throw aside the heath and give up his project from impatience of repeated disappointments. But still he persevered. Nothing truly great can be accomplished without toil and time. 2 hours he worked before he went to bed. All his play hours the next day he spent at his mat, which, in all, made 5 hours of fruitless attempts. The 6th, however, repaid him for the labors of the other 5. He conquered his grand difficulty of fastening the heath substantially together, and at length completely finished a mat, which far surpassed his most sanguine expectations. He was extremely happy, sang, danced round it, whistled, looked at it again and again, and could hardly leave off looking at it when it was time to go to bed. He laid it by his bedside that he might see it the moment he awoke in the morning. And now came the grand pleasure of carrying it to his mistress. She looked fully as much surprised as he expected when she saw it and when she heard who made it. After having duly admired it, she asked how much he expected for his mat. "Expect? Nothing, ma'am," said Jem. "I meant to give it you, if you'd have it. I did not mean to sell it. I made it in my play hours. I was very happy in making it, and I'm very glad, too, that you like it. and if you please to keep it, ma'am, that's all." "But that's not all," said the lady. "Spend your time no more in weeding in my garden. You can employ yourself much better. You shall have the reward of your ingenuity as well as your industry. Make as many more such mats as you can, and I will take care and dispose of them for you." "Thank ye, ma'am," said Jem, making his best bow, for he thought by the lady's looks that she meant to do him a favor, though he repeated to himself, "Dispose of them. What does that mean?" The next day he went to work to make more mats, and he soon learned to make them so well and quickly that he was surprised at his own success. In every one he made he found less difficulty, so that instead of making 2, he could soon make 4 in a day. In a fortnight he made 18. It was Saturday night when he finished, and he carried at 3 journeys his 18 mats to his mistress's house, piled them all up in the hall, and stood with his hat off with a look of proud humility beside the pile, waiting for his mistress's appearance. Presently a folding door at one end of the hall opened, and he saw his mistress with a great many gentlemen and ladies rising from several tables. "Oh, there is my little boy and his mats," cried the lady, and followed by all the rest of the company, she came into the hall. Jem modestly retired whilst they looked at his mats, but in a minute or 2 his mistress beckoned to him, and when he came into the middle of the circle, he saw that his pile of mats had disappeared. "Well," said the lady, smiling, "what do you see that makes you look so surprised?" "That all my mats are gone," said Jem, "but you are very welcome." "Are we?" said the lady. "Well, take up your hat and go home then, for you see that it is getting late, and you know Lightfoot will wonder what's become of you." Jem turned round to take up his hat, which he had left on the floor. But how his countenance changed! The hat was heavy with shillings. Everyone who had taken a mat had put 2 shillings, so that for 18 mats he had got 36 shillings. 36 shillings, said the lady. 5 and 7 pence I think you told me you had earned already. How much does that make? I must add, I believe, 1 other 6 pence to make out your 2 guineas. 2 guineas? Exclaimed Jem, now quite conquering his bashfulness, for at the moment he forgot where he was and saw nobody that was by. 2 guineas! Cried he, clapping his hands together. Oh, Lightfoot! Oh, mother! Then recollecting himself, he saw his mistress, whom he now looked up to quite as a friend. Will you thank them all? Said he, scarcely daring to glance his eyes round upon the company. Will you thank 'em? For you know I don't know how to thank 'em rightly. Everybody thought, however, that they had been thanked rightly. Now, we won't keep you any longer, only, said his mistress, I have one thing to ask you, that I may be by when you show your treasure to your mother. Come then, said Jem, come with me now. Not now, said the lady, laughing, but I will come to Ashton tomorrow evening. Perhaps your mother can find me a few strawberries. That she will, said Jem. I'll search the garden myself. He now went home, but felt it a great restraint to wait till tomorrow evening before he told his mother. To console himself, he flew to the stable. Lightfoot, you're not to be sold on Monday, poor fellow, said he, patting him, and then could not refrain from counting out his money. Whilst he was intent upon this, Jem was startled by a noise at the door. Somebody was trying to pull up the latch. It opened, and there came in Lazy Lawrence, with a boy in a red jacket, who had a cock under his arm. They started when they got into the middle of the stable, and when they saw Jem, who had been at first hidden by the horse. We came, stammered lazy Lawrence. I came to ask you, continued the stable boy in a bold tone, whether you will go with us to the cockfight on Monday. See, I've a fine cock here, and Lawrence told me you were a great friend of his, so I came. Lawrence now attempted to say something in praise of the pleasures of cockfighting and in recommendation of his new companion, but Jim looked at the stable boy with dislike and a sort of dread. Then, turning his eyes upon the cock with a look of compassion, said in a low voice to Lawrence, "Shall you like to stand by and see its eyes pecked out?" "I don't know," said Lawrence, "as to that. But they say a cockfight's a fine sight, and it's no more cruel in me to go than another, and a great many go, and I've nothing else to do, so I shall go." "But I have something else to do," said Jim, laughing, "so I shall not go." "But," continued Lawrence, "you know Monday is the great Bristol Fair, and one must be merry then, of all the days in the year." "One day in the year, sure. There's no harm in being merry," said the stable boy. "I hope not," said Jim, "for I know my part. I am merry every day in the year." "That's very odd," said Lawrence, "but I know for my part, I would not for all the world miss going to the fair, for at least it will be something to talk of for half a year after. Come, you'll go, won't you?" "No," said Jim, still looking as if he did not like to talk before the ill-looking stranger. "Then what will you do with all your money?" "I'll tell you about that another time," whispered Jim, "and don't you go to see that cock's eyes pecked out. It won't make you merry, I'm sure." "If I had anything else to divert me," said Lawrence, hesitating and yawning. "Come," cried the stable boy, seizing his stretching arm. "Come along," cried he, and pulling him away from Jim, upon whom he cast a look of extreme contempt. "Leave him alone, he's not the sort." "What a fool you are," said he to Lawrence, the moment he got him out of the stable. "You might have known he would not go, else we should soon have trimmed him out of his 4 and 7 pence. But how came you to talk of 4 and 7 pence? I saw in the manger a hat full of silver." "Indeed!" exclaimed Lawrence. "Yes, indeed. But why did you stammer so when we first got in? You had like to have blown us all up." "I was so ashamed," said Lawrence, hanging down his head. "Ashamed! But you must not talk of shame now. You are in for it, and I shan't let you off. You owe us half a crown, recollect, and I must be paid tonight. So see and get the money somehow or other." After a considerable pause, he added, "I answer for it. He'd never miss half a crown out of all that silver." "But to steal," said Lawrence, drawing back with horror. "I never thought I should come to that. And from poor Jim, too. The money that he has worked so hard for, too." "But it is not stealing. We don't mean to steal, only to borrow it. And if we win, which we certainly shall at the cockfight, pay it back again, and he'll never know anything about the matter. And what harm will it do him? Besides, what signifies talking? You can't go to the cockfight or the fair either if you don't. And I tell you we don't mean to steal it. We'll pay it by Monday night." Lawrence made no reply, and they parted without his coming to any determination. Here let us pause in our story. We are almost afraid to go on. The rest is very shocking. Our little readers will shudder as they read. But it is better that they should know the truth and see what the idle boy came to at last. In the dead of the night, Lawrence heard somebody tap at his window. He knew well who it was, for this was the signal agreed upon between him and his wicked companion. He trembled at the thoughts of what he was about to do, and lay quite still with his head under the bedclothes, till he heard the second tap. Then he got up, dressed himself, and opened his window. It was almost even with the ground. His companion said to him in a hollow voice, "Are you ready?" He made no answer, but got out of the window and followed. When he got to the stable, a black cloud was just passing over the moon, and it was quite dark. "Where are you?" whispered Lawrence, groping about. "Where are you? Speak to me." "I am here. Give me your hand." Lawrence stretched out his hand. "Is that your hand?" said the wicked boy, as Lawrence laid hold of him. "How cold it feels." "Let us go back," said Lawrence. "It is time yet." "It is no time to go back," replied the other, opening the door. "You've gone too far now to go back." And he pushed Lawrence into the stable. "Have you found it? Take care of the horse." "Have you done?" "What are you about? Make haste. I hear a noise," said the stable boy, who watched at the door. "I am feeling for the half-crown, but I can't find it." "Bring all together." He brought Jem's broken flower pot with all the money in it to the door. The black cloud had now passed over the moon, and the light shone full upon them. "What do we stand here for?" said the stable boy, snatching the flower pot out of Lawrence's trembling hands, and pulled him away from the door. "Good God!" cried Lawrence. "You won't take all. You said you'd only take half a crown and pay it back on Monday. You said you'd only take half a crown." "Hold your tongue," replied the other, walking on, deaf to all remonstrances. "If ever I am to be hanged, it shan't be for half a crown." Lawrence's blood ran cold in his veins, and he felt as if all his hair stood on end. Not another word passed. His accomplice carried off the money, and Lawrence crept with all the horrors of guilt upon him to his restless bed. All night he was starting from frightful dreams, or else broad awake. He lay listening to every small noise, unable to stir and scarcely daring to breathe, tormented by the most dreadful of all kinds of fear, that fear which is the constant companion of an evil conscience. He thought the morning would never come, but when it was day, when he heard the birds sing and saw everything look cheerful as usual, he felt still more miserable. It was Sunday morning, and the bell rang for church. All the children of the village, dressed in their Sunday clothes, innocent and gay, and little Jem, the best and gayest amongst them, went flocking by his door to church. "Well, Lawrence," said Jem, pulling his coat as he passed and saw Lawrence leaning against his father's door, "what makes you look so black?" "I," said Lawrence, starting. "Why do you say that I look black?" "Nay, then," said Jem, "you look white enough now, if that will please you, for you're turned as pale as death." "Pale?" replied Lawrence, not knowing what he said, and turned abruptly away, for he dared not stand another look of Jem's, conscious that guilt was written in his face. He shunned every eye. He would now have given the world to have thrown off the load of guilt which lay upon his mind. He longed to follow Jem, to fall upon his knees and confess all. Dreading the moment when Jem should discover his loss, Lawrence dared not stay at home, and not knowing what to do or where to go, he mechanically went to his old haunt at the stable yard, and lurked thereabouts all day with his accomplice, who tried in vain to quiet his fears and raise his spirits by talking of the next day's cockfight. It was agreed that as soon as the dusk of the evening came on, they should go together into a certain lonely field, and there divide their booty. In the meantime, Jem, when he returned from church, was very full of business preparing for the reception of his mistress, of whose intended visit he had informed his mother. And whilst she was arranging the kitchen and their little parlour, he ran to search the strawberry beds. "Why, my Jem, how merry you are today," said his mother, when he came in with the strawberries and was jumping about the room playfully. "Now, keep those spirits of yours, Jem, till you want 'em, and don't let it come upon you all at once. Have it in mind that tomorrow's fair day, and Lightfoot must go. I bid Farmer Truck call for him tonight. He said he'd take him along with his own, and he'll be here just now. And then I know how it will be with you, Jem." "So do I," cried Jem, swallowing his secret with great difficulty, and then tumbling head over heels 4 times running. A carriage passed the window and stopped at the door. Jem ran out. It was his mistress. She came in smiling, and soon made the old woman smile too, by praising the neatness of everything in the house. We shall pass over, however important as they were deemed at the time, the praises of the strawberries and of my grandmother's china plate. Another knock was heard at the door. "Run, Jem," said his mother. "I hope it's our milkwoman, with cream for the lady." No, it was Farmer Truck come for Lightfoot. The old woman's countenance fell. "Fetch him out, dear," said she, turning to her son, but Jem was gone. He flew out to the stable the moment he saw the flap of Farmer Truck's great coat. "Sit ye down, Farmer," said the old woman, after they had waited about 5 minutes in expectation of Jem's return. "You'd best sit down, if the lady will give you leave, for he'll not hurry himself back again. My boy's a fool, madam, about that there horse." Trying to laugh, she added, "I knew how Lightfoot and he would be loath enough to part. He won't bring him out till the last minute. So do ye sit down, neighbor." The farmer had scarcely sat down when Jem, with a pale, wild countenance, came back. "What's the matter?" said his mistress. "God bless the boy," said his mother, looking at him quite frightened, whilst he tried to speak, but could not. She went up to him, and then leaning his head against her, he cried, "It's gone! It's all gone!" And bursting into tears, he sobbed as if his little heart would break. "What's gone, love?" said his mother. "My 2 guineas, Lightfoot's 2 guineas. I went to fetch 'em to give you, mammy, but the broken flower pot that I put them in, and all's gone, quite gone," repeated he, checking his sobs. "I saw them safe last night, and was showing 'em to Lightfoot, and was so glad to think I had earned them all myself. And I thought how surprised you'd look, and how glad you'd be, and how you'd kiss me, and all." His mother listened to him with the greatest surprise, whilst his mistress stood in silence, looking first at the old woman, and then at Jem with a penetrating eye, as if she suspected the truth of his story, and was afraid of becoming the dupe of her own compassion. "This is a very strange thing," said she gravely. "How came you to leave all your money in a broken flower pot in the stable? How came you not to give it to your mother to take care of?" "Why, don't you remember?" said Jem, looking up in the midst of his tears. "Why don't you remember, you, your own self, bid me not to tell her about it till you were by?" "And did you not tell her?" "Nay, ask Mammy," said Jem, a little offended, and when afterwards the lady went on questioning him in a severe manner, as if she did not believe him, he at last made no answer. "Oh, Jem, Jem, why don't you speak to the lady?" said his mother. "I have spoke, and spoke the truth," said Jem proudly, "and she did not believe me." Still the lady, who had lived too long in the world to be without suspicion, maintained a cold manner, and determined to wait the event without interfering, saying only that she hoped the money would be found, and advised Jem to have done crying. "I have done," said Jem. "I shall cry no more." And as he had the greatest command over himself, he actually did not shed another tear, not even when the farmer got up to go, saying he could wait no longer. Jem silently went to bring out Lightfoot. The lady now took her seat, where she could see all that passed at the open parlor window. The old woman stood at the door, and several idle people of the village, who had gathered round the lady's carriage examining it, turned about to listen. In a minute or two Jem appeared, with a steady countenance, leading Lightfoot, and, when he came up, without saying a word, put the bridle into Farmer Truck's hand. "He has been a good horse," said the farmer. "He is a good horse," cried Jem, and threw his arm over Lightfoot's neck, hiding his own face as he leaned upon him. At this instant, a party of milk women went by, and one of them, having set down her pail, came behind Jem, and gave him a pretty smart blow upon the back. He looked up. "And don't you know me?" said she. "I forget," said Jem. "I think I have seen your face before, but I forget." "Do you so? And you'll tell me just now," said she, half opening her hand, "that you forget who gave you this, and who charged you not to part with it too." Here she quite opened her large hand, and on the palm of it appeared Jem's silver penny. "Where?" exclaimed Jem, seizing it. "Oh, where did you find it? And tell me, have you got the rest of my money?" "I know nothing of your money. I don't know what you would be at," said the milkwoman. "But where, pray tell me, where did you find this?" "With them that you gave it to, I suppose," said the milkwoman, turning away suddenly to take up her milk pail. But now Jem's mistress called to her through the window, begging her to stop, and joining in his entreaties to know how she came by the silver penny. "Why, madam," said she, taking up the corner of her apron, "I came by it in an odd way, too. You must know my Betty is sick, so I came with the milk myself, though it's not what I'm used to. For my Betty, you know my Betty," said she, turning round to the old woman. "My Betty serves you, and she's a tight and stirring lassie, ma'am, I can assure." "Yes, I don't doubt it," said the lady impatiently, "but about the silver penny." "Why, that's true. As I was coming along, all alone, for the rest came round, and I came a short cut across yon field. No, you can't see it, madam, where you stand, but if you were here—" "I see it, I know it," said Jem, out of breath with anxiety. Well, I rested my pail upon the stile, and sets me down a while, and there comes out of the hedge, I don't know well how, for they startled me so I'd like to have thrown down my milk, 2 boys, one about the size of he," said she, pointing to Jem, "and one a matter taller, but ill-looking like, so I did not think to stir to make way for them. And they were like in a desperate hurry, so without waiting for the stile, one of 'em pulled at the gate, and when it would not open, for it was tied with a pretty stout cord, one of 'em whips out with his knife and cuts it. Now, have you a knife about you, sir?" continued the milkwoman to the farmer. He gave her his knife. Here now, ma'am, just sticking, as it were here, between the blade and the haft, was the silver penny. The lad took no notice, but when he opened it, out it falls. Still he takes no heed, but cuts the cord, as I said before, and through the gate they went, and out of sight in half a minute. I picks up the penny, for my heart misgave me that it was the very one husband had had a long time, and had given it against my voice to he, pointing to Jem. And I charged him not to part with it. And ma'am, when I looked, I knew it by the mark, so I thought I would show it to he, again pointing to Jem, and let him give it back to those it belongs to. It belongs to me, said Jem. I never gave it to anybody. But, cried the farmer, those boys have robbed him. It is they who have all his money. Oh, which way did they go? Cried Jem. I'll run after them. No, said the lady, calling to her servant, and she desired him to take his horse and ride after them. Aye, added Farmer Truck, do you take the road, and I'll take the field way, and I'll be bound we'll have 'em presently. Whilst they were gone in pursuit of the thieves, the lady, who was now thoroughly convinced of Jem's truth, desired her coachman would produce what she had ordered him to bring with him that evening. Out of the boot of the carriage the coachman immediately produced a new saddle and bridle. How Jem's eyes sparkled when the saddle was thrown upon Lightfoot's back. Put it on your horse yourself, Jem, said the lady. It is yours. Confused reports of Lightfoot's splendid accoutrements, of the pursuit of thieves, and of the fine and generous lady who was standing at Dame Preston's window, quickly spread through the village, and drew everybody from their houses. They crowded round Jem to hear the story. The children especially, who were fond of him, expressed the strongest indignation against the thieves. Every eye was on the stretch, and now some who had run down the lane came back shouting, Here they are! They've got the thieves! The footman on horseback carried one boy before him, and the farmer striding along dragged another. The latter had on a red jacket, which little Jem immediately recollected, and scarcely dared lift his eyes to look at the boy on horseback. Good God, said he to himself, it must be, yet surely it can't be, Lawrence. The footman rode on as fast as the people would let him. The boy's hat was slouched, and his head hung down, so that nobody could see his face. At this instant, there was a disturbance in the crowd. A man who was half drunk pushed his way forwards, swearing that nobody should stop him, that he had a right to see, and he would see. And so he did, for, forcing through all resistance, he staggered up to the footman, just as he was lifting down the boy he had carried before him. I will see the thief, cried the drunken man, pushing up the boy's hat. It was his own son. Lawrence! Exclaimed the wretched father. The shock sobered him at once, and he hid his face in his hands. There was an awful silence. Lawrence fell on his knees, and in a voice that could scarcely be heard, made a full confession of all the circumstances of his guilt. Such a young creature, so wicked! The bystanders exclaimed. What could put such wickedness in your head? Bad company, said Lawrence. And how came you? What brought you into bad company? I don't know, except it was idleness. While this was saying, the farmer was emptying lazy Lawrence's pockets, and when the money appeared, all his former companions in the village looked at each other with astonishment and terror. Their parents grasped their little hands closer and cried, Thank God, he is not my son. How often, when he was little, we used, as he lounged about, to tell him that idleness was the root of all evil. As for the hardened wretch, his accomplice, everyone was impatient to have him sent to jail. He put on a bold, insolent countenance till he heard Lawrence's confession, till the money was found upon him. and he heard the milkwoman declare that she would swear to the silver penny which he had dropped. Then he turned pale and portrayed the strongest signs of fear. "We must take him before the justice," said the farmer, "and he'll be lodged in Bristol jail." "Oh," said Jem, springing forwards, when Lawrence's hands were going to be tied. "Let him go, won't you? Can't you let him go?" "Yes, madam, for mercy's sake," said Jem's mother to the lady. "Think what a disgrace to his family to be sent to jail." His father stood by, wringing his hands in an agony of despair. "It's all my fault," cried he. "I brought him up in idleness." "But he'll never be idle any more," said Jem. "Won't you speak for him, ma'am?" "Don't ask the lady to speak for him," said the farmer. "It's better he should go to Bridewell now than to the gallows by and by." Nothing more was said, for everybody felt the truth of the farmer's speech. Lawrence was eventually sent to Bridewell for a month, and the stable boy was sent for trial, convicted, and transported to Botany Bay. During Lawrence's confinement, Jem often visited him, and carried him such little presents as he could afford to give. And Jem could afford to be generous, because he was industrious. Lawrence's heart was touched by his kindness, and his example struck him so forcibly that, when his confinement was ended, he resolved to set immediately to work. And, to the astonishment of all who knew him, soon became remarkable for industry. He was found early and late at his work, established a new character, and forever lost the name of Lazy Lawrence. End of Lazy Lawrence by Maria Edgeworth.
The Tale of Peter Rabbit by Beatrix Potter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time there were 4 little rabbits, and their names were Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. They lived with their mother in a sandbank underneath the root of a very big fir tree. "Now, my dears," said old Miss Rabbit one morning, "you may go into the fields or down the lane, but don't go into Mr. McGregor's garden. Your father had an accident there. He was put in a pie by Mrs. McGregor. Now run along and don't get into mischief. I'm going out." Then old Mrs. Rabbit took a basket and her umbrella and went through the wood to the baker's. She brought a loaf of brown bread and 5 carrot buns. Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail, who were good little bunnies, went down the lane together to gather blackberries. But Peter, who was very naughty, ran straight away to Mr. McGregor's garden and squeezed under the gate. First he ate some lettuce and some French beans, and then he ate some radishes. And then, feeling rather sick, he went to look for some parsley. But round the end of a cucumber frame whom should he meet but Mr. McGregor? Mr. McGregor was on his hands and knees planting out young cabbages, but he jumped up and ran after Peter, waving a rake and calling out, "Stop, thief!" Peter was most dreadfully frightened. He rushed all over the garden, for he had forgotten the way back to the gate. He lost one shoe among the cabbages and the other among the potatoes. After losing them, he ran on 4 legs and went faster, so that I think he might have got away altogether if he had not unfortunately run into a gooseberry net, and got caught by the large buttons on his jacket. It was a blue jacket with brass buttons, quite new. Peter gave himself up for lost and shed big tears. But his sobs were overheard by some friendly sparrows, who flew to him in great excitement and implored him to exert himself. Mr. McGregor came up with a sieve which he intended to pop on top of Peter, but Peter wriggled out just in time, leaving his jacket behind him. He rushed into the tool shed and jumped into a can. It would have been a beautiful thing to hide in if it had not had so much water in it. Mr. McGregor was quite sure that Peter was somewhere in the tool shed, perhaps hidden underneath a flower pot. He began to turn them over carefully, looking under each. Presently Peter sneezed. Shoo! Mr. McGregor was after him in no time, and tried to put his foot upon Peter, who jumped out of a window, upsetting 3 plants. Peter sat down to rest. He was out of breath and trembling with fright, and he had not the least idea which way to go. Also, he was very damp with sitting in that can. After a time, he began to wander about, going lippity-lippity, not very fast, and looking all around. He found a door in a wall, but it was locked, and there was no room for a fat little rabbit to squeeze underneath. An old mouse was running in and out over the stone doorstep, carrying peas and beans to her family in the wood. Peter asked her the way to the gate, but she had such a large pea in her mouth she could not answer. She only shook her head at him. Peter began to cry. Then he tried to find his way straight across the garden, but he became more and more puzzled. Presently he came to a pond where Mr. McGregor filled his water cans. A white cat was staring at some goldfish. She sat very, very still, but now and then the tip of her tail twitched as if it were alive. Peter thought it best to go away without speaking to her. He had heard about cats from his cousin, little Benjamin Bunny. He went back towards the tool shed, but suddenly, quite close to him, he heard the noise of a hoe. Scritch, scratch, scratch, scritch. Peter scuttled under the bushes, but presently, as nothing happened, he came out and climbed upon a wheelbarrow and peeped over. The first thing he saw was Mr. McGregor hoeing onions. His back was turned towards Peter, and beyond him was the gate. Peter got down very quietly off the wheelbarrow and started running as fast as he could go along a straight walk behind some black currant bushes. Mr. McGregor caught sight of him at the corner, but Peter did not care. He slipped underneath the gate and was safe at last in the wood outside the garden. Mr. McGregor hung up the little jacket and the shoes for a scarecrow to frighten the blackbirds. Peter never stopped running, or looked behind him, till he got home to the big fir tree. He was so tired that he flopped down upon the nice soft sand at the floor of the rabbit hole and shut his eyes. His mother was busy cooking. She wondered what he had done with his clothes. It was the second little jacket and a pair of shoes that Peter had lost in a fortnight. I'm sorry to say that Peter was not very well during the evening. His mother put him to bed and made some chamomile tea, and she gave a dose of it to Peter. 1 teaspoonful to be taken at bedtime. But Flopsy, Mopsy and Cottontail had bread and milk and blackberries for supper. End of The Tale of Peter Rabbit by Beatrix Potter.
Shingebiss by Margaret B. Mister. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shingebiss. Once there was a little duck whose name was Shingebiss. He lived by himself in a small lodge and was very contented and happy. This lodge was built on the shore of a lake. When the cold winter days came and the lake was frozen over, all the other ducks flew away to warmer land, but Shingebiss was not afraid of the cold. He gathered 4 large logs and took them into his lodge. Each log was big enough to burn for a month, and as there were only 4 cold months, there would be enough to last him through the winter. Then each morning he would go to the lake and hunt for places where the rushes came through the ice. He would pull these out with his strong beak and catch fish through the openings. Kabibinoka, the north wind, saw him and said to himself, "What a strange person this is. He sings and is out on the coldest days, but I shall stop his singing." So he blew a cold blast from the northwest, which froze the ice on the lake much deeper. Still, Shingebiss came out in the morning, caught his fish, and went home singing. "How strange," said the North Wind. "I cannot freeze him. I shall go and visit his lodge. Perhaps I can put out his fire." So he went and knocked at the door of the lodge. Shingebiss was within. He had cooked and eaten his fish and was now lying on one side in front of the fire, singing a song. He heard the North Wind at the door, but he pretended that he did not. He went on singing in quite a loud voice. "Windy God, I know your plan. You are but my fellow man. Blow you may your coldest breeze. Shingebiss yon cannot freeze. Sweep the strongest when you can. Shingebiss is still your man. High for life, ho for bliss. Who's so free as Shingebiss?" The North Wind heard him and was very angry. He blew his coldest blast under the doorway. Shingebiss felt it, but still went on singing. Then the North Wind opened the door and walked in. He took a seat beside the fire, and Shingebiss pretended not to see him. He just went on singing, and after a while took his poker and stirred the logs. This made them blaze brightly, and in a few minutes tears began to run down Kabibinoka's cheeks. He pushed his chair away from the fire and tried to blow his icy breath on the blazing log, but the warm air pushed the cold breeze back and wrapped Kabibinoka around like a cloak. The tears were running in streams down his cheeks now, and the heavy frost on his long beard and hair had melted and made pools of water on the floor. He could stand it no longer. Rising, he hastily passed out at the door, saying to himself, "I cannot put out his fire, but I shall freeze the lake so deep that he will not be able to catch any more fish." So that night he blew his coldest breath. Next morning the ice on the lake was very thick. Brave little Shingebiss went from one place to another, trying to find a thin spot. At last a bunch of rushes came out as he pulled, and, looking in the hole, he saw several fine fish. He sang merrily as he caught them, and the North Wind heard the song. Looking out of his lodge, he saw what Shingebiss was doing. At first he was very angry. Then he began to feel afraid. "This duck must be helped by some Manitou," he said. "I shall leave him in peace after this." Then Kabibinoka went in and closed his lodge door, and Shingebiss never saw him again. End of Shingebiss by Margaret B. Mister, read by Lee Vogler.
The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Snow Queen. First story, which treats of a mirror and of the splinters. Now then, let us begin. When we are at the end of the story, we shall know more than we know now. But to begin. Once upon a time there was a wicked sprite. Indeed, he was the most mischievous of all sprites. One day he was in a very good humor, for he had made a mirror with the power of causing all that was good and beautiful, when it was reflected therein, to look poor and mean. But that which was good for nothing and looked ugly was shown magnified and increased in ugliness. In this mirror the most beautiful landscapes looked like boiled spinach, and the best persons were turned into frights, or appeared to stand on their heads. Their faces were so distorted that they were not to be recognized, and if anyone had a mole, you might be sure that it would be magnified and spread over both nose and mouth. "That's glorious fun," said the sprite. If a good thought passed through a man's mind, then a grin was seen in the mirror, and the sprite laughed heartily at his clever discovery. All the little sprites who went to his school, for he kept a sprite school, told each other that a miracle had happened, and that now only, as they thought, it would be possible to see how the world really looked. They ran about with the mirror, and at last there was not a land or a person who was not represented distorted in the mirror. So then they thought they would fly up to the sky and have a joke there. The higher they flew with the mirror, the more terribly it grinned. They could hardly hold it fast. Higher and higher still they flew, nearer and nearer to the stars, when suddenly the mirror shook so terribly with grinning that it flew out of their hands and fell to the earth, where it was dashed in 100,000,000 and more pieces. And now it worked much more evil than before, for some of these pieces were hardly so large as a grain of sand, and they flew about in the wide world, and when they got into people's eyes, there they stayed. And then people saw everything perverted, or only had an eye for that which was evil. This happened because the very smallest bit had the same power which the whole mirror had possessed. Some persons even got a splinter in their heart, and then it made one shudder, for their heart became like a lump of ice. Some of the broken pieces were so large that they were used for window panes, through which one could not see one's friends. Other pieces were put in spectacles, and that was a sad affair when people put on their glasses to see well and rightly. Then the wicked sprite laughed till he almost choked, for all this tickled his fancy. The fine splinters still flew about in the air, and now we shall hear what happened next. Second story. A little boy and a little girl. In a large town where there are so many houses and so many people that there is no roof left for everybody to have a little garden, and where, on this account, most persons are obliged to content themselves with flowers in pots, there lived two little children, who had a garden somewhat larger than a flower pot. They were not brother and sister, but they cared for each other as much as if they were. Their parents lived exactly opposite. They inhabited two garrets, and where the roof of the one house joined that of the other, and the gutter ran along the extreme end of it, there was to each house a small window. One needed only to step over the gutter to get from one window to the other. The children's parents had large wooden boxes there, in which vegetables for the kitchen were planted, and little rose trees besides. There was a rose in each box, and they grew splendidly. They now thought of placing the boxes across the gutter so that they nearly reached from one window to the other, and looked just like two walls of flowers. The tendrils of the peas hung down over the boxes, and the rose trees shot up long branches, twined round the windows, and then bent towards each other. It was almost like a triumphant arch of foliage and flowers. The boxes were very high, and the children knew that they must not creep over them, so they often obtained permission to get out of the windows to each other, and to sit on their little stools among the roses, where they could play delightfully. In winter there was an end of this pleasure. The windows were often frozen over, but then they heated copper farthings on the stove, and laid the hot farthing on the window pane, and then they had a capital peephole, quite nicely rounded, and out of each peeped a gentle, friendly eye. It was the little boy and the little girl who were looking out. His name was Kay, hers was Gerda. In summer, with one jump, they could get to each other, but in winter they were obliged first to go down the long stairs, and then up the long stairs again, and out of doors there was quite a snowstorm. "It is the white bees that are swarming," said Kay's old grandmother. "Do the white bees choose a queen?" asked the little boy, for he knew that the honey bees always have one. "Yes," said the grandmother. "She flies where the swarm hangs in the thickest clusters. She is the largest of all, and she can never remain quietly on the earth, but goes up again into the black clouds. Many a winter's night she flies through the streets of the town, and peeps in at the windows, and they then freeze in so wondrous a manner that they look like flowers." "Yes, I have seen it," said both the children, and so they knew that it was true. "Can the Snow Queen come in?" said the little girl. "Only let her come in," said the little boy. "Then I'd put her on the stove and she'd melt." And then his grandmother patted his head and told him other stories. In the evening, when little Kay was at home and half undressed, he climbed up on the chair by the window and peeped out of the little hole. A few snowflakes were falling, and one, the largest of all, remained lying on the edge of a flower pot. The flake of snow grew larger and larger, and at last it was like a young lady, dressed in the finest white gauze, made of 1,000,000 little flakes like stars. She was so beautiful and delicate, but she was of ice, of dazzling, sparkling ice, yet she lived, Her eyes gazed fixedly like two stars, but there was neither quiet nor repose in them. She nodded towards the window and beckoned with her hand. The little boy was frightened and jumped down from the chair. It seemed to him as if, at the same moment, a large bird flew past the window. The next day it was a sharp frost, and then the spring came. The sun shone, the green leaves appeared, the swallows built their nests, the windows were opened, and the little children again sat in their pretty garden, high up on the leads at the top of the house. That summer the roses flowered in unwonted beauty. The little girl had learned a hymn in which there was something about roses, and then she thought of her own flowers, and she sang the verse to the little boy, who then sang it with her. The rose in the valley is blooming so sweet, and angels descend there the children to greet. And the children held each other by the hand, kissed the roses, looked up at the clear sunshine, and spoke as though they really saw angels there. What lovely summer days those were! How delightful to be out in the air, near the fresh rose bushes that seem as if they would never finish blossoming. Kay and Gerda looked at the picture book full of beasts and birds, and it was then, the clock in the church tower was just striking 5, that Kay said, "Oh, I feel such a sharp pain in my heart, and now something has gotten into my eye." The little girl put her arms around his neck. He winked his eyes. Now there was nothing to be seen. "I think it is out now," said he, but it was not. It was just one of those pieces of glass from the magic mirror that had got into his eye, and poor Kay had got another piece right in his heart. It will soon become like ice. It did not hurt any longer, but there it was. "What are you crying for?" asked he. "You look so ugly." "There's nothing the matter with me." "Ah," said he at once, "that rose is cankered. And look, this one is quite crooked. After all, these roses are very ugly. They are just like the box they are planted in." And then he gave the box a good kick with his foot and pulled both the roses up. "What are you doing?" cried the little girl, and as he perceived her fright, he pulled up another rose, got in at the window, and hastened off from dear little Gerda. Afterwards, when she brought her picture book, he asked, "What horrid beasts have you there?" And if his grandmother told them stories, he always interrupted her. Besides, if he could manage it, he would get behind her, put on her spectacles, and imitate her way of speaking. He copied all her ways, and then everybody laughed at him. He was soon able to imitate the gait and manner of everyone in the street. Everything that was peculiar and displeasing in them, that Kay knew how to imitate, and at such times all the people said, "The boy is certainly very clever." But it was the glass he had got in his eye, the glass that was sticking in his heart, which made him tease even little Gerda, whose whole soul was devoted to him. His games now were quite different to what they had formerly been. They were so very knowing. One winter's day, when the flakes of snow were flying about, he spread the skirts of his blue coat and caught the snow as it fell. "Look through this glass, Gerda," said he, and every flake seemed larger, and appeared like a magnificent flower or a beautiful star. It was splendid to look at. "Look, how clever," said Kay. "That's much more interesting than real flowers. They are as exact as possible. There is not a fault in them if they did not melt." It was not long after this that Kay came one day with large gloves on, and his little sledge at his back, and bawled right into Gerda's ears, "I have permission to go out into the square where the others are playing," and off he was in a moment. There, in the market-place, some of the boldest of the boys used to tie their sledges to the carts as they passed by, and so they were pulled along and got a good ride. It was so capital. Just as they were in the very height of their amusement, a large sledge passed by. It was painted quite white, and there was someone in it, wrapped up in a rough white mantle of fur, with a rough white fur cap on his head. The sledge drove round the square twice, and Kay tied on his sledge as quickly as he could, and off he drove with it. On they went, quicker and quicker, into the next street, and the person who drove turned round to Kay and nodded to him in a friendly manner, just as if they knew each other. Every time he was going to untie his sledge, the person nodded to him, and then Kay sat quiet, and so on they went till they came outside the gates of the town. Then the snow began to fall so thickly that the little boy could not see an arm's length before him, but still on he went, when suddenly He let go the string he held in his hand in order to get loose from the sledge, but it was of no use. Still the little vehicle rushed on with the quickness of the wind. He then cried as loud as he could, but no one heard him. The snow drifted and the sledge flew on, and sometimes it gave a jerk as though they were driving over hedges and ditches. He was quite frightened, and he tried to repeat the Lord's Prayer, but all he could do, he was only able to remember the multiplication table. The snowflakes grew larger and larger, till at last they looked just like great white fowls. Suddenly they flew on one side, the large sledge stopped, and the person who drove rose up. It was a lady. Her cloak and cap were of snow. She was tall and of slender figure, and of a dazzling whiteness. It was the Snow Queen. "We have traveled fast," said she, "but it is freezingly cold. Come under my bearskin." And she put him in the sledge beside her, wrapped the fur around him, and he felt as though he were sinking in a snow wreath. "Are you still cold?" asked she, and then she kissed his forehead. Ah, it was colder than ice. It penetrated to his very heart, which was already almost a frozen lump. It seemed to him as if he were about to die, but a moment more and it was quite congenial to him, and he did not remark the cold that was around him. "My sledge! Do not forget my sledge!" It was the first thing he thought of. It was there tied to one of the white chickens, who flew along with it on his back behind the large sled. The Snow Queen kissed Kay once more, and then he forgot little Gerda, grandmother, and all whom he had left at his home. "Now you will have no more kisses," said she, "or else I should kiss you to death." Kay looked at her. She was very beautiful. A more clever or a more lovely countenance he could not fancy to himself, and she no longer appeared of ice as before, when she sat outside the window and beckoned to him. In his eyes she was perfect. He did not fear her at all, and told her that he could calculate in his head, and with fractions even, that he knew the number of square miles that were in the different countries, and how many inhabitants they contained, and she smiled while he spoke. It then seemed to him as if what he knew was not enough, and he looked upwards in the large, huge empty space above him, and on she flew with him, flew high over the black clouds, while the storm moaned and whistled as though it were singing some old tune. On they flew over woods and lakes, over seas and many lands, and beneath them the chilling storm rushed fast, the wolves howled, the snow crackled, above them flew large screaming crows, but higher up appeared the moon, quite large and bright, and it was on it that Kay gazed during the long, long winter's night, while by day he slept at the feet of the Snow Queen. Third story, of the flower garden at the old woman's who understood witchcraft. But what became of little Gerda when Kay did not return? Where could he be? Nobody knew. Nobody could give any intelligence. All the boys knew was that they had seen him tie his sledge to another large and splendid one, which drove down the street and out of town. Nobody knew where he was. Many sad tears were shed, and little Gerda wept long and bitterly. At last she said he must be dead, that he had been drowned in the river which flowed close to the town. Oh, those were very long and dismal winter evenings. At last spring came with its warm sunshine. "Kay is dead and gone," said little Gerda. "That I don't believe," said the sunshine. "Kay is dead and gone," said she to the swallows. "That I don't believe," said they, and at last little Gerda did not think so any longer either. "I'll put on my red shoes," said she one morning. "Kay has never seen them, and then I'll go down to the river and ask there." It was quite early. She kissed her old grandmother, who was still asleep, put on her red shoes, and went alone to the river. "Is it true that you have taken my little playfellow? I will make you a present of my red shoes if you will give him back to me." And, as it seemed to her, the blue waves nodded in a strange manner. Then she took off her red shoes, the most precious things she possessed, and threw them both into the river. But they fell close to the bank, and the little waves bore them immediately to land. It was as if the stream would not take what was dearest to her, for in reality it had not got little Kay. But Gerda thought that she had not thrown the shoes out far enough, so she clambered into a boat which lay among the rushes, went to the farthest end, and threw out the shoes. But the boat was not fastened, and the motion which she occasioned made it drift from the shore. She observed this and hastened to get back, but before she could do so, the boat was more than a yard from the land, and was gliding quickly onward. Little Gerda was very frightened and began to cry, but no one heard her except the sparrows, and they could not carry her to land. But they flew along the bank and sang as if to comfort her. Here we are, here we are. The boat drifted with the stream. Little Gerda sat quite still without shoes, for they were swimming behind the boat, but she could not reach them, because the boat went much faster than they did. The banks on both sides were beautiful, lovely flowers, venerable trees, and slopes with sheep and cows, but not a human being was to be seen. Perhaps the river will carry me to little Kay, said she, and then she grew less sad. She rose and looked for many hours at the beautiful green banks. Presently she sailed by a large cherry orchard, where there was a little cottage with curious red and blue windows. It was thatched, and before it 2 wooden soldiers stood sentry, and presented arms when anyone went past. Gerda called to them, for she thought they were alive, but they of course did not answer. She came close to them, for the stream drifted the boat quite near the land. Gerda called still louder, and an old woman then came out of the cottage, leaning upon a crooked stick. She had a large, broad-brimmed hat on, painted with the most splendid flowers. Poor little child, said the old woman, how did you get upon the large, rapid river to be driven about so in the wide world? And then the old woman went into the water, caught hold of the boat with her crooked stick, drew it to the bank, and lifted little Gerda out. And Gerda was so glad to be on dry land again, but she was rather afraid of the strange old woman. But come and tell me who you are, and how you came here, said she. And Gerda told her all, and the old woman shook her head and said, Ahem, ahem. And when Gerda had told her everything, and asked her if she had not seen little Kay, the woman answered that he had not passed there, but he no doubt would come, and she told her not to be cast down, but taste her cherries and look at her flowers, which were finer than any in a picture book, each of which could tell a whole story. She then took Gerda by the hand, led her into the little cottage, and locked the door. The windows were very high up, the glass was red, blue, and green, and the sunlight shone through quite wondrously in all sorts of colors. On the table stood the most exquisite cherries, and Gerda ate as many as she chose, for she had permission to do so. While she was eating, the old woman combed her hair with a golden comb, and her hair curled and shone with a lovely golden color around that sweet little face, which was so round and so like a rose. I have often longed for such a dear little girl, said the old woman. Now you shall see how well we agree together. And while she combed little Gerda's hair, the child forgot her foster brother Kay more and more, for the old woman understood magic. But she was no evil being. She only practiced witchcraft a little for her own private amusement, and now she wanted very much to keep little Gerda. She therefore went out in the garden, stretched out her crooked stick towards the rose bushes, which, beautifully as they were blowing, all sank into the earth, and no one could tell where they had stood. The old woman feared that if Gerda should see the roses, she would then think of her own, would remember little Kay, and run away from her. She now led Gerda into the flower garden. Oh, what odor and what loveliness was there! Every flower that one could think of, and of every season, stood there in fullest bloom. No picture book could be gayer or more beautiful. Gerda jumped for joy, and played till the sun set behind the tall cherry tree. She then had a pretty bed, with a red silken coverlet, filled with blue violets. She fell asleep, and had as pleasant dreams as ever a queen on her wedding day. The next morning she went to play with the flowers in the warm sunshine, and thus passed away a day. Gerda knew every flower, and numerous as they were, it still seemed to Gerda that one was wanting, though she did not know which. One day, while she was looking at the hat of the old woman painted with flowers, the most beautiful of them all seemed to her to be a rose. The old woman had forgotten to take it from her hat when she made the others vanish in the earth, but so it is when one's thoughts are not collected. What, said Gerda, are there no roses here? And she ran about amongst the flower beds, and looked, but there was not one to be found. She then sat down and wept, but her hot tears fell just where a rose bush had sunk, and when her warm tears watered the ground, the tree shot up suddenly as fresh and blooming as when it had been swallowed up. Gerda kissed the roses, thought of her own dear roses at home, and with them of little Kay. Oh, how long I have stayed, said the little girl. I intended to look for Kay. Don't you know where he is? She asked of the roses. Do you think he is dead and gone? Dead he certainly is not, said the roses. We have been in the earth where all the dead are, but Kay was not there. Many thanks, said little Gerda, and she went to the other flowers, looked into their cups, and asked, "Don't you know where little Kay is?" But every flower stood in the sunshine, and dreamed its own fairy tale or its own story, and they all told her very many things, but not one knew anything of Kay. Well, what did the tiger lily say? "Hearest thou not the drum? Bum, bum." Those are the only two tones. Always bum, bum. Hark to the plaintive song of the old woman, to the call of the priests. The Hindu woman in her long robe stands upon the funeral pile. The flames rise around her and her dead husband, but the Hindu woman thinks on the living one in the surrounding circle, on him whose eyes burn hotter than the flames, on him the fire of whose eyes pierces her heart more than the flames which soon will burn her body to ashes. Can the heart's flame die in the flame of the funeral pile? "I don't understand that at all," said little Gerda. "That is my story," said the lily. "What did the convolvulus say?" Projecting over a narrow mountain path there hangs an old feudal castle. Thick evergreens grow on the dilapidated walls and around the altar where a lovely maiden is standing. She bends over the railing and looks out upon the rose. No fresher rose hangs on the branches than she. No apple blossom carried away by the wind is more buoyant. How her silken robe is rustling! Is he not yet come? Is it Kay that you mean? asked little Gerda. I am speaking about my story, about my dream, answered the convolvulus. What did the snowdrops say? Between the trees a long board is hanging. It is a swing. Two little girls are sitting in it and swing themselves backwards and forwards. Their frocks are as white as snow, and long green silk ribbons flutter from their bonnets. Their brother, who is older than they are, stands up in the swing. He twines his arms round the cords to hold himself fast, for in one hand he has a little cup, and in the other a clay pipe. He is blowing soap bubbles. The swing moves, and the bubbles float in charming changing colors. The last is still hanging to the end of the pipe, and rocks in the breeze. The swing moves. The little black dog, as light as a soap bubble, jumps up on his hind legs to try to get into the swing. It moves, the dog falls down, barks, and is angry. They tease him, the bubble bursts. A swing, a bursting bubble. Such is my song. What you relate may be very pretty, but you tell it in so melancholy a manner, and do not mention Kay. What do the hyacinths say? There were once upon a time 3 sisters, quite transparent and very beautiful. The robe of the one was red, that of the second blue, and that of the third white. They danced hand in hand beside the calm lake in the clear moonshine. They were not elfin maidens, but mortal children. A sweet fragrance was smelt, and the maidens vanished in the wood. The fragrance grew stronger. 3 coffins, and in them 3 lovely maidens, glided out of the forest and across the lake. The shining glowworms flew around like little floating lights. Do the dancing maidens sleep, or are they dead? The odor of the flowers, they are corpses. The evening bell tolls for the dead. You make me quite sad, said little Gerda. I cannot help thinking of the dead maidens. Oh, is Kay really dead? The roses have been in the earth, and they say no. Ding dong, sounded the hyacinth bells. We do not toll for little Kay. We do not know him. That is our way of singing, the only one we have. And Gerda went to the ranunculuses that looked forth from among the shining green leaves. You are a little bright sun, said Gerda. Tell me if you know where I can find my playfellow. And the ranunculus shone brightly and looked again at Gerda. What song could the ranunculus sing? It was one that said nothing about Kay either. In a small court, the bright sun was shining in the first days of spring. The beams glided down the white walls of a neighbor's house, and close by the fresh yellow flowers were growing, shining like gold in the warm sun rays. An old grandmother was sitting in the air. Her granddaughter, the poor and lovely servant, just come for a short visit. She knows her grandmother. There was gold, pure virgin gold, in that blessed kiss. There, that is my little story, said the ranunculus. My poor old grandmother, sighed Gerda. Yes, she is longing for me, no doubt. She is sorrowing for me as she did for little Kay. But I will soon come home, and then I will bring Kay with me. It is of no use asking the flowers. They only know their own old rhymes, and can tell me nothing. And she tucked up her frock to enable her to run quicker. But the narcissus gave her a knock on the leg, just as she was going to jump over it. So she stood still, looked at the long yellow flower, and asked, You perhaps know something? And she bent down to the narcissus. And what did it say? I can see myself. I can see myself. Oh, how odorous I am. Up in the little garret there stands, half-dressed, a little dancer. She stands now on one leg, now on both. She despises the whole world, yet she lives only in imagination. She pours water out of the teapot over a piece of stuff which she holds in her hand. It is the bodice. Cleanliness is a fine thing. The white dress is hanging on the hook. It was washed in the teapot and dried on the roof. She puts it on, ties a saffron-colored kerchief round her neck, and then the gown looks whiter. I can see myself. I can see myself. That's nothing to me, said little Gerda. That does not concern me. And then off she ran to the further end of the garden. The gate was locked, but she shook the rusted bolt till it was loosened, and the gate opened, and little Gerda ran off barefooted into the wide world. She looked round her thrice, but no one followed her. At last she could run no longer. She sat down on a large stone, and when she looked about her, she saw that the summer had passed. It was late in the autumn, but that one could not remark in the beautiful garden, where there was always sunshine, and where there were flowers the whole year round. Dear me, how long I have stayed, said Gerda. Autumn is come. I must not rest any longer. And she got up to go further. Oh, how tender and wearied her little feet were. All around it looked so cold and raw. The long willow leaves were quite yellow, and the fog dripped from them like water. One leaf fell after the other. The sloes only stood full of fruit, which set one's teeth on edge. Oh, how dark and comfortless it was in the dreary world. Fourth story. The Prince and Princess. Gerda was obliged to rest herself again, when exactly opposite to her, a large raven came hopping over the white snow. He had long been looking at Gerda and shaking his head, and now he said, Caw, caw, good day, good day. He could not say it better, but he felt a sympathy for the little girl, and asked her where she was going all alone. The word alone Gerda understood quite well, and felt how much was expressed by it. So she told the raven her whole history, and asked if he had not seen Kay. The raven nodded very gravely and said, It may be, it may be. What, do you really think so? Cried the little girl, and she nearly squeezed the raven to death, so much did she kiss him. Gently, gently, said the raven. I think I know. I think that it may be little Kay, but now he has forgotten you for the princess. Does he live with a princess? Asked Gerda. Yes, listen, said the raven, but it will be difficult for me to speak your language. If you understand the raven language, I can tell you better. No, I have not learnt it, said Gerda, but my grandmother understands it, and she can speak gibberish too. I wish I had learnt it. No matter, said the raven. I will tell you as well as I can, however it will be bad enough. And then he told all he knew. In the kingdom where we now are, there lives a princess, who is extraordinarily clever, for she has read all the newspapers in the whole world, and has forgotten them again, so clever is she. She was lately, it is said, sitting on her throne, which is not very amusing after all, when she began humming an old tune, and it was just, Oh, why should I not be married? That song is not without its meaning, said she, and so then she was determined to marry, but she would have a husband who knew how to give an answer when he was spoken to, not one who looked only as if he were a great personage, for that is so tiresome. She then had all the ladies of the court drummed together, and when they heard her intention, all were very pleased and said, We are very glad to hear it. It is the very thing we were thinking of. You may believe every word I say, said the raven, for I have a tame sweetheart that hops about in the palace quite free, and it was she who told me all this. The newspapers appeared forthwith with a border of hearts and the initials of the princess, and therein you might read that every good-looking young man was at liberty to come to the palace and speak to the princess, and he who spoke in such wise as showed he felt himself at home there, that one the princess would choose for her husband. Yes, yes, said the raven, you may believe it. It is as true as I am sitting here. People came in crowds. There was a crush and a hurry, but no one was successful either on the first or second day. They could all talk well enough when they were out in the street, but as soon as they came inside the palace gates and saw the guard richly dressed in silver, and the lackeys in gold on the staircase, and the large illuminated saloons, then they were abashed, and when they stood before the throne on which the princess was sitting, all they could do was to repeat the last word they had uttered, and to hear it again did not interest her very much. It was just as if the people within were under a charm, and had fallen into a trance till they came out again into the street, for then, oh then, they could chatter enough. There was a whole row of them standing from the town gates to the palace. I was there myself to look, said the raven. They grew hungry and thirsty, but from the palace they got nothing whatever, not even a glass of water. Some of the cleverest, it is true, had taken bread and butter with them, but none shared it with his neighbor, for each thought, let him look hungry, and then the princess won't have him. But Kay, little Kay, said Gerda, when did he come? Was he among the number? Patience, patience, we are just come to him. It was on the third day when a little personage without horse or equipage came marching right boldly up to the palace. His eyes shone like yours, he had beautiful long hair, but his clothes were very shabby. That was Kay, cried Gerda, with a voice of delight. Oh, now I've found him, and she clapped her hands for joy. He had a little knapsack at his back, said the raven. No, that was certainly his sledge, said Gerda, for when he went away he took his sledge with him. That may be, said the raven. I did not examine him so minutely. But I know from my tame sweetheart that when he came into the courtyard of the palace and saw the bodyguard in silver, the lackeys on the staircase, he was not the least abashed. He nodded and said to them, It must be very tiresome to stand on the stairs. For my part, I shall go in. The saloons were gleaming with lustres, privy councillors and excellencies were walking about barefooted and wore gold keys. It was enough to make anyone feel uncomfortable. His boots creaked too, so loudly, but still he was not at all afraid. That's Kay for certain, said Gerda. I know he had on new boots. I have heard them creaking in Grandmamma's room. Yes, they creaked, said the raven, and on he went boldly up to the princess, who was sitting on a pearl as large as a spinning wheel. All the ladies of the court with their attendants and attendants, and all the cavaliers with their gentlemen and gentlemen's gentlemen, stood round. And the nearer they stood to the door, the prouder they looked. It was hardly possible to look at the gentleman's gentleman, so very haughtily did he stand in the doorway. It must have been terrible, said little Gerda. And did Kay get the princess? Were I not a raven, I should have taken the princess myself, although I am promised. It is said he spoke as well as I speak when I talk raven language. This I learned from my tame sweetheart. He was bold and nicely behaved. He had not come to woo the princess, but only to hear her wisdom. She pleased him, and he pleased her. Yes, for certain that was Kay, said Gerda. He was so clever, he could reckon fractions in his head. Oh, won't you take me to the palace? That is very easily said, answered the raven. But how are we to manage it? I'll speak to my tame sweetheart about it. She must advise us, for so much I must tell you, such a little girl as you are will never get permission to enter. Oh, yes, I shall, said Gerda. When Kay hears that I am here, he will come out directly to fetch me. Wait for me here on these steps, said the raven. He moved his head backward and forward, and flew away. The evening was closing in when the raven returned. Caw, caw, said he. She sends you her compliments, and here is a roll for you. She took it out of the kitchen, where there is bread enough. You are hungry, no doubt. It is not possible for you to enter the palace, for you are barefooted. The guards in silver and the lackeys in gold would not allow it. But do not cry, you shall come in still. My sweetheart knows a little back stair that leads to the bedchamber, and she knows where she can get the key of it. And they went into the garden in the large avenue, where one leaf was falling after the other, and when the lights in the palace had all gradually disappeared, the raven led little Gerda to the back door, which stood half open. Oh, how Gerda's heart beat with anxiety and longing! It was just as if she had been about to do something wrong, and yet she only wanted to know if little Kay was there. Yes, he must be there. She called to mind his intelligent eyes and his long hair, so vividly she could quite see him as he used to laugh when they were sitting under the roses at home. He will no doubt be glad to see you, to hear what a long way you have come for his sake, to know how unhappy all at home were when he did not come back. Oh, what a fright and a joy it was! They were now on the stairs. A single lamp was burning there, and on the floor stood the tame raven, turning her head on every side and looking at Gerda, who bowed as her grandmother had taught her to do. My intended has told me so much good of you, my dear young lady, said the tame raven. Your tale is very affecting. If you will take the lamp, I will go before. We will go straight on, for we shall meet no one. I think there is somebody just behind us, said Gerda, and something rushed past. It was like shadowy figures on the wall, horses with flowing manes and thin legs, huntsmen, ladies and gentlemen on horseback. They are only dreams, said the raven. They come to fetch the thoughts of the high personages to the chase. 'Tis well, for now you can observe them in bed, all the better. But let me find, when you enjoy honor and distinction, that you possess a grateful heart. Tut, "That's not worth talking about," said the Raven of the Woods. They now entered the first saloon, which was of rose-colored satin, with artificial flowers on the wall. Here the dreams were rushing past, but they hastened by so quickly that Gerda could not see the high personages. One hall was more magnificent than the other. One might indeed well be abashed, and at last they came into the bedchamber. The ceiling of the room resembled a large palm tree, with leaves of glass, of costly glass, and in the middle, from a thick golden stem, hung 2 beds, each of which resembled a lily. One was white, and in this lay the princess. The other was red, and it was here that Gerda was to look for little Kay. She bent back one of the red leaves, and saw a brown neck. Oh, that was Kay! She called him quite loud by name, held the lamp towards him. The dreams rushed back again into the chamber. He awoke, turned his head, and it was not little Kay. The prince was only like him about the neck, but he was young and handsome, and out of the white lily leaves the princess peeped too, and asked what was the matter. Then little Gerda cried, and told her whole history, and all that the ravens had done for her. Poor little thing, said the prince and the princess. They praised the ravens very much, and told them they were not at all angry with them, but they were not to do so again. However, they should have a reward. Will you fly about here at liberty? Asked the princess. Or would you like to have a fixed appointment as court ravens, with all the broken bits from the kitchen? And both the ravens nodded and begged for a fixed appointment, for they thought of their old age and said, "It is a good thing to have a provision for our old days." And the prince got up and let Gerda sleep in his bed, and more than this he could not do. She folded her little hands and thought, how good men and animals are, and she then fell asleep and slept soundly. All the dreams flew in again, and they now looked like the angels. They drew a little sledge in which little Kay sat and nodded his head, but the whole was only a dream, and therefore it all vanished as soon as she awoke. The next day she was dressed from head to foot in silk and velvet. They offered to let her stay at the palace and lead a happy life, but she begged to have a little carriage with a horse in front, and for a small pair of shoes. Then, she said, she would again go forth in the wide world and look for Kay. Shoes and a muff were given her. She was, too, dressed very nicely, and when she was about to set off, a new carriage stopped before the door. It was of pure gold, and the arms of the prince and princess shone like a star upon it. The coachman, the footman, and the outriders, for outriders were there too, all wore golden crowns. The prince and the princess assisted her into the carriage themselves and wished her all success. The Raven of the Woods, who was now married, accompanied her for the first 3 miles. He sat beside Gerda, for he could not bear riding backwards. The other raven stood in the doorway and flapped her wings. She could not accompany Gerda because she suffered from headache since she had had a fixed appointment and ate so much. The carriage was lined inside with sugar plums, and in the seats were fruits and gingerbread. Farewell, farewell, cried Prince and Princess, and Gerda wept, and the raven wept. Thus passed the first miles, and then the raven bade her farewell, and this was the most painful separation of all. He flew into a tree and beat his black wings as long as he could see the carriage that shone from afar like a sunbeam. 5th story. The Little Robber Maiden. They drove through the dark wood, but the carriage shone like a torch, and it dazzled the eyes of the robbers so that they could not bear to look at it. "'Tis gold! 'Tis gold!" they cried, and they rushed forward, seized the horses, knocked down the little postilion, the coachman, and the servants, and pulled little Gerda out of the carriage. "How plump, how beautiful she is! She must have been fed on nut kernels," said the old female robber, who had a long scrubby beard and bushy eyebrows that hung down over her eyes. "She is as good as a fatted lamb. How nice she will be!" And then she drew out a knife, the blade of which shone so that it was quite dreadful to behold. "Oh!" cried the woman at the same moment. She had been bitten in the ear by her own little daughter, who hung at her back, and who was so wild and unmanageable that it was quite amusing to see her. "You naughty child," said the mother, and now she had not time to kill Gerda. "She shall play with me," said the little robber child. "She shall give me her muff and her pretty frock. She shall sleep in my bed." And then she gave her mother another bite, so that she jumped and ran round with the pain, and the robbers laughed and said, "Look how she is dancing with the little one." "I will go into the carriage," said the little robber maiden, and she would have her will, for she was very spoiled and very headstrong. She and Gerda got in, and then away they drove over the stumps of felled trees, deeper and deeper into the woods. The little robber maiden was as tall as Gerda, but stronger, broader shouldered, and of dark complexion. Her eyes were quite black. They looked almost melancholy. She embraced little Gerda and said, "They shall not kill you as long as I am not displeased with you. You are doubtless a princess?" "No," said little Gerda, who then related all that had happened to her, and how much she cared about little Kay. The little robber maiden looked at her with a serious air, nodded her head slightly, and said, "They shall not kill you, even if I am angry with you. Then I will do it myself." And she dried Gerda's eyes, and put both her hands in the handsome muff, which was so soft and warm. At length the carriage stopped. They were in the midst of the courtyard of a robber's castle. It was full of cracks from top to bottom, and out of the openings magpies and rooks were flying, and the great bulldogs, each of which looked as if he could swallow a man, jumped up, but they did not bark, for that was forbidden. In the midst of the large old smoking hall burnt a great fire on the stone floor. The smoke disappeared under the stones, and had to seek its own egress. In an immense cauldron soup was boiling, and rabbits and hares were being roasted on a spit. "You shall sleep with me tonight, with all my animals," said the little robber maiden. They had something to eat and drink, and then went into a corner where straw and carpets were lying. Beside them, on laths and perches, sat nearly 100 pigeons, all asleep seemingly, but yet they moved a little when the robber maiden came. "They are all mine," she said, at the same time seizing one that was next to her by the legs and shaking it so that its wings fluttered. "Kiss it," cried the little girl, and flung the pigeon in Gerda's face. "Up there is the rabble of the wood," continued she, pointing to several laths which were fastened before a hole high up in the wall. "That's the rabble. They would all fly away immediately if they were not well fastened in. And here is my dear old back." And she laid hold of the horns of a reindeer that had a bright copper ring around its neck, and was tethered to the spot. "We are obliged to lock this fellow in too, or he would make his escape. Every evening I tickle his neck with my sharp knife, he is so frightened at it." And the little girl drew forth a long knife from a crack in the wall, and let it glide over the reindeer's neck. The poor animal kicked, the girl laughed, and pulled Gerda into bed with her. "Do you intend to keep your knife while you sleep?" asked Gerda, looking at it rather fearfully. "I always sleep with the knife," said the little robber maiden. "There is no knowing what may happen. But tell me now once more all about little Kay, and why you have started off in the wide world alone." And Gerda related all, from the very beginning. The wood pigeons cooed above in their cage, and the others slept. The little robber maiden wound her arm round Gerda's neck, and held the knife in the other hand, and snored so loud that everybody could hear her, but Gerda could not close her eyes, for she did not know whether she was to live or die. The robbers sat round the fire, sang and drank, and the old female robber jumped about so that it was quite dreadful for Gerda to see her. Then the wood pigeon said, "Coo, coo, we have seen little Kay. A white hen carries his sledge. He himself sat in the carriage of the Snow Queen, who passed here down just over the wood as we lay in our nest. She blew upon us young ones, and all died except we two. Coo, coo." "What is that you say up there?" cried little Gerda. "Where did the Snow Queen go to? Do you know anything about it?" "She is no doubt gone to Lapland, for there is always snow and ice there. Only ask the reindeer, who is tethered there." "Ice and snow is there. There it is, glorious and beautiful," said the reindeer. "One can spring about in the large shining valleys. The Snow Queen has her summer tent there, but her fixed abode is high up towards the North Pole, on the island called Spitzbergen." "Oh, Kay, poor little Kay," sighed Gerda. "Do you choose to be quiet?" said the robber maiden. "If you don't, I shall make you." In the morning Gerda told her all that the wood pigeons had said, and the little maiden looked very serious, but she nodded her head and said, "That's no matter, that's no matter. Do you know where Lapland lies?" she asked of the reindeer. "Who should know better than I?" said the animal, and his eyes rolled in his head. "I was born and bred there. There I leapt about on the fields of snow." "Listen," said the robber maiden to Gerda. "You see that the men are gone, but my mother is still here, and will remain. However, towards morning she takes a draught out of the large flask, and then she sleeps a little. Then I will do something for you." She now jumped out of bed, flew to her mother, with her arms round her neck, and pulling her by the beard, said, "Good morrow, my own sweet nanny goat of a mother." And her mother took hold of her nose, and pinched it till it was red and blue, but this was all done out of pure love. When the mother had taken a sup at her flask, and was having a nap, the little robber maiden went to the reindeer and said, "I should very much like to give you still many a tickling with a sharp knife, for then you are so amusing. However, I will untether you, and help you out, so that you may go back to Lapland. But you must make good use of your legs, and take this little girl for me to the palace of the Snow Queen, where her playfellow is." You have heard, I suppose, all she said, for she spoke loud enough, and you were listening. The reindeer gave a bound for joy. The robber maiden lifted up little Gerda, and took the precaution to bind her fast on the reindeer's back. She even gave her a small cushion to sit on. "Here are your worsted leggings, for it will be cold, but the muff I shall keep for myself, for it is so very pretty. But I do not wish you to be cold. Here is a pair of lined gloves of my mother's. They just reach up to your elbow. On with them. Now you look about the hands just like my ugly old mother." And Gerda wept for joy. "I can't bear to see you fretting," said the little robber maiden. "This is just the time when you ought to look pleased. Here are 2 loaves and a ham for you, so that you won't starve." The bread and the meat were fastened to the reindeer's back. The little maiden opened the door, called in all the dogs, and then with her knife cut the rope that fastened the animal, and said to him, "Now off with you, but take good care of the little girl." And Gerda stretched out her hands with the large wadded gloves towards the robber maiden, and said farewell, and the reindeer flew on over bush and bramble, through the great wood, over moor and heath, as fast as he could go. "Tha, tha," was heard in the sky. It was just as if somebody was sneezing. "These are my old northern lights," said the reindeer. "Look how they gleam." And on he now sped, still quicker. Day and night on he went. The loaves were consumed, and the ham too, and now they were in Lapland. 6th story. The Lapland Woman and the Finland Woman. Suddenly they stopped before a little house, which looked very miserable. The roof reached to the ground, and the door was so low that the family were obliged to creep upon their stomachs when they went in or out. Nobody was at home except an old Lapland woman, who was dressing fish by the light of an oil lamp. And the reindeer told her the whole of Gerda's history, but first of all his own, for that seemed to him of much greater importance. Gerda was so chilled that she could not speak. "Poor thing," said the Lapland woman. "You have far to run still. You have more than 100 miles to go before you get to Finland. There the Snow Queen has her country house, and burns blue lights every evening. I will give you a few words from me, which I will write on a dried haberdine, for paper I have none. This you can take with you to the Finland woman, and she will be able to give you more information than I can." When Gerda had warmed herself and had eaten and drunk, the Lapland woman wrote a few words on a dried haberdine, begged Gerda to take care of them, put her on the reindeer, bound her fast, and away sprang the animal. "Tha, tha," was again heard in the air. The most charming blue lights burned the whole night in the sky, and at last they came to Finland. They knocked at the chimney of the Finland woman, for as to a door she had none. There was such a heat inside that the Finland woman herself went about almost naked. She was diminutive and dirty. She immediately loosened little Gerda's clothes, pulled off her thick gloves and boots, for otherwise the heat would have been too great, and after laying a piece of ice on the reindeer's head, read what was written on the fish skin. She read it 3 times. She then knew it by heart, so she put the fish into the cupboard, for it might very well be eaten, and she never threw anything away. Then the reindeer related his own story first, and afterwards that of little Gerda, and the Finland woman winked her eyes, but said nothing. "You are so clever," said the reindeer. "You can, I know, twist all the winds of the world together in a knot. If the seaman loses 1 knot, then he has a good wind. If a second, then it blows pretty stiffly. If he undoes the 3rd and 4th, then it rages so that the forests are upturned. Will you give the little maiden a potion, that she may possess the strength of 12 men, and vanquish the Snow Queen?" "The strength of 12 men," said the Finland woman. "Much good that would be." Then she went to a cupboard, and drew out a large skin rolled up. When she had unrolled it, strange characters were to be seen written thereon, and the Finland woman read at such a rate that the perspiration trickled down her forehead. But the reindeer begged so hard for little Gerda, and Gerda looked so imploringly with tearful eyes at the Finland woman that she winked and drew the reindeer aside into a corner, where they whispered together while the animal got some fresh ice put on his head. "'Tis true little Kay is at the Snow Queen's, and finds everything there quite to his taste, and he thinks it the very best place in the world. But the reason of that is he has a splinter of glass in his eye and in his heart. These must be got out first, otherwise he will never go back to mankind, and the Snow Queen will retain her power over him." "But can you give little Gerda nothing to take which will endue her with power over the whole?" "I can give her no more power than what she has already. Don't you see how great it is? Don't you see how men and animals are forced to serve her? How well she gets through the world barefooted? She must not hear of her power from us. That power lies in her heart, because she is a sweet and innocent child. If she cannot get to the Snow Queen by herself and rid little Kay of the glass, we cannot help her. 2 miles hence the garden of the Snow Queen begins. Thither you may carry the little girl. Set her down by the large bush with red berries, standing in the snow. Don't stay talking, but hasten back as fast as possible." And now the Finland woman placed little Gerda on the reindeer's back, and off he ran with all imaginable speed. "Oh, I have not got my boots. I have not brought my gloves," cried little Gerda. She remarked she was without them from the cutting frost, but the reindeer dared not stand still. On he ran till he came to the great bush with the red berries, and there he set Gerda down, kissed her mouth, while large bright tears flowed from the animal's eyes, and then back he went as fast as possible. There stood poor Gerda now, without shoes or gloves, in the very middle of dreadful, icy Finland. She ran on as fast as she could. There then came a whole regiment of snowflakes, but they did not fall from above, and they were quite bright and shining from the aurora borealis. The flakes ran along the ground, and the nearer they came, the larger they grew. Gerda well remembered how large and strange the snowflakes appeared when she once saw them through a magnifying glass. But now they were large and terrific in another manner. They were all alive. They were the outposts of the Snow Queen. They had the most wondrous shapes. Some looked like large, ugly porcupines, others like snakes knotted together, with their heads sticking out, and others again like small, fat bears, with the hair standing on end. All were of dazzling whiteness. All were living snowflakes. Little Gerda repeated the Lord's Prayer. The cold was so intense that she could see her own breath, which came like smoke out of her mouth. It grew thicker and thicker, and took the form of little angels that grew more and more when they touched the earth. All had helms on their heads, and lances and shields in their hands. They increased in numbers, and when Gerda had finished the Lord's Prayer, she was surrounded by a whole legion. They thrust at the horrid snowflakes with their spears, so that they flew into 1,000 pieces, and little Gerda walked on bravely and in security. The angels patted her hands and feet, and then she felt the cold less, and went on quickly towards the palace of the Snow Queen. But now we shall see how Kay fared. He never thought of Gerda, and least of all that she was standing before the palace. 7th story. What took place in the palace of the Snow Queen, and what happened afterward. The walls of the palace were of driving snow, and the windows and doors of cutting winds. There were more than 100 halls there, according as the snow was driven by the winds. The largest was many miles in extent. All were lighted up by the powerful aurora borealis, and all were so large, so empty, so icy cold, and so resplendent. Mirth never reigned there. There was never even a little bear ball with a storm for music, while the polar bears went on their hind legs and showed off their steps. Never a little tea party of white young lady foxes. Vast, cold, and empty were the halls of the Snow Queen. The northern lights shone with such precision that one could tell exactly when they were at their highest or lowest degree of brightness. In the middle of the empty, endless hall of snow was a frozen lake. It was cracked in 1,000 pieces, but each piece was so like the other that it seemed the work of a cunning artificer. In the middle of this lake sat the Snow Queen when she was at home, and then she said she was sitting in the mirror of understanding, and that this was the only one and the best thing in the world. Little Kay was quite blue, yes, nearly black with cold, but he did not observe it, for she had kissed away all feeling of cold from his body, and his heart was a lump of ice. He was dragging along some pointed flat pieces of ice, which he laid together in all possible ways, for he wanted to make something with them, just as we have little flat pieces of wood to make geometrical figures with, called the Chinese puzzle. Kay made all sorts of figures, the most complicated, for it was an ice puzzle for the understanding. In his eyes the figures were extraordinarily beautiful, and of the utmost importance, for the bit of glass which was in his eye caused this. He found whole figures which represented a written word, but he never could manage to represent just the word he wanted. That word was eternity, and the Snow Queen had said, "If you can discover that figure, you shall be your own master, and I will make you a present of the whole world and a pair of new skates." But he could not find it out. "I am going now to warm lands," said the Snow Queen. "I must have a look down into the black cauldrons." It was the volcanoes Vesuvius and Etna that she meant. "I will just give them a coating of white, for that is as it ought to be. Besides, it is good for the oranges and the grapes." And then away she flew, and Kay sat quite alone in the empty halls of ice that were miles long, and looked at the blocks of ice, and thought till his skull was almost cracked. There he sat quite benumbed and motionless. One would have imagined he was frozen to death. Suddenly little Gerda stepped through the great portal into the palace. The gate was formed of cutting winds, but Gerda repeated her evening prayer, and the winds were laid as though they slept, and the little maiden entered the vast, empty, cold halls. There she beheld Kay. She recognized him, flew to embrace him, and cried out, her arms firmly holding him the while, "Kay, sweet little Kay, have I then found you at last?" But he sat quite still, benumbed and cold. Then little Gerda shed burning tears, and they fell on his bosom, they penetrated to his heart, they thawed the lumps of ice, and consumed the splinters of the looking-glass. He looked at her, and she sang the hymn, "The rose in the valley is blooming so sweet, and angels descend there the children to greet." Hereupon Kay burst into tears. He wept so much that the splinter rolled out of his eye, and he recognized her, and shouted, "Gerda, sweet little Gerda, where have you been so long? And where have I been?" He looked round him. "How cold it is here," said he. "How empty and cold!" And he held fast by Gerda, who laughed and wept for joy. It was so beautiful that even the blocks of ice danced about for joy, and when they were tired and laid themselves down, they formed exactly the letters which the Snow Queen had told him to find out. So now he was his own master, and he would have the whole world and a pair of new skates into the bargain. Gerda kissed his cheeks, and they grew quite blooming. She kissed his eyes, and they shone like her own. She kissed his hands and feet, and he was again well and merry. The Snow Queen might come back as soon as she liked. There stood his discharge, written in resplendent masses of ice. They took each other by the hand and wandered forth out of the large hall. They talked of their old grandmother, and of the roses upon the roof, and wherever they went, the wind ceased raging, and the sun burst forth. And when they reached the bush with the red berries, they found the reindeer waiting for them. He had brought another, a young one, with him, whose udder was filled with milk, which he gave to the little ones, and kissed their lips. They then carried Kay and Gerda first to the Finland woman, where they warmed themselves in the warm room, and learned what they were to do on their journey home. And then they went to the Lapland woman, who made some new clothes for them and repaired their sledges. The reindeer and the young hind leaped along beside them, and accompanied them to the boundary of the country. Here the first vegetation peeped forth. Here Kay and Gerda took leave of the Lapland woman. "Farewell, farewell," they all said. And the first green buds appeared, the first little birds began to chirrup, and out of the wood came riding on a magnificent horse, which Gerda knew it was one of the leaders in the golden carriage, a young damsel with a bright red cap on her head, and armed with pistols. It was the little robber maiden, who, tired of being at home, had determined to make a journey to the north, and afterwards in another direction, if that did not please her. She recognized Gerda immediately, and Gerda knew her too. It was a joyful meeting. "You are a fine fellow for tramping about," she said to little Kay. "I should like to know, faith, if you deserve that one should run from one end of the world to the other for your sake." But Gerda patted her cheeks and inquired for the prince and princess. "They are gone abroad," said the other. "But the raven?" asked little Gerda. "Oh, the raven is dead," she answered. "His tame sweetheart is a widow, and wears a bit of black worsted round her leg. She laments most piteously, but it's all mere talk and stuff. Now tell me what you've been doing, and how you managed to catch him." And Gerda and Kay both told their story. and Schnip, Schnapp, Schnurr, Bachelor, said the robber maiden, and she took the hands of each, and promised that if she should some day pass through the town where they lived, she would come and visit them, and then away she rode. Kay and Gerda took each other's hand. It was lovely spring weather, with abundance of flowers and of verdure. The church bells rang, and the children recognized the high towers and the large town. It was that in which they dwelt. They entered and hastened up to their grandmother's room, where everything was standing as formerly. The clock said tick-tack, and the fingers moved round, but as they entered, they remarked that they were now grown up. The roses on the leads hung blooming in at the open window. There stood the little children's chairs, and Kay and Gerda sat down on them, holding each other by the hand. They both had forgotten the cold, empty splendor of the Snow Queen, as though it had been a dream. The grandmother sat in the bright sunshine and read aloud from the Bible, "Unless ye become as little children, ye cannot enter the kingdom of heaven." And Kay and Gerda looked in each other's eyes, and all at once they understood the old hymn. The rose in the valley is blooming so sweet, and angels descend there the children to greet. There sat the two grown-up persons, grown up and yet children at least in heart, and it was summertime, summer, glorious summer. End of The Snow Queen.
The Star and the Lily. Edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. An old chieftain sat in his wigwam, quietly smoking his favorite pipe, when a crowd of Indian boys and girls suddenly entered, and, with numerous offerings of tobacco, begged him to tell them a story, and he did so. There was once a time when this world was filled with happy people, when all the nations were as one, and the crimson tide of war had not begun to roll. Plenty of game was in the forest and on the plains. None were in want, for a full supply was at hand. Sickness was unknown. The beasts of the field were tame, they came and went at the bidding of man. One unending spring gave no place for winter, for its cold blasts or its unhealthy chills. Every tree and bush yielded fruit. Flowers carpeted the earth. The air was laden with their fragrance, and redolent with the songs of wedded warblers that flew from branch to branch, fearing none, for there were none to harm them. There were birds then of more beautiful song and plumage than now. It was at such a time, when earth was a paradise and man worthily its possessor, that the Indians were lone inhabitants of the American wilderness. They numbered millions, and, living as nature designed them to live, enjoyed its many blessings. Instead of amusements in close rooms, the sport of the field was theirs. At night they met on the wide green beneath the heavenly worlds, the Anung-Oka. They watched the stars. They loved to gaze at them, for they believed them to be the residents of the good, who had been taken home by the Great Spirit. One night they saw one star that shone brighter than all the others. Its location was far away in the south, near a mountain peak. For many nights it was seen, till at length it was doubted by many that the star was as far distant in the southern skies as it seemed to be. This doubt led to an examination, which proved the star to be only a short distance away, and near the tops of some trees. A number of warriors were deputed to go and see what it was. They went, and on their return said it appeared strange, and somewhat like a bird. A committee of the wise men were called to inquire into, and if possible to ascertain the meaning of, the strange phenomena. They feared that it might be the omen of some disaster. Some thought it a precursor of good, others of evil, and some supposed it to be the star spoken of by their forefathers as the forerunner of a dreadful war. One moon had nearly gone by, and yet the mystery remained unsolved. One night a young warrior had a dream, in which a beautiful maiden came and stood at his side and thus addressed him. "Young brave, charmed with the land of my forefathers, its flowers, its birds, its rivers, its beautiful lakes, and its mountains clothed with green, I have left my sisters in yonder world to dwell among you. Young brave, ask your wise and your great men where I can live and see the happy race continually.
Ask them what form I shall assume in order to be loved." Thus discoursed the bright stranger. The young man awoke. On stepping out of his lodge, he saw the star yet blazing in its accustomed place. At early dawn, the chief's crier was sent round the camp to call every warrior to the council lodge. When they had met, the young warrior related his dream. They concluded that the star that had been seen in the south had fallen in love with mankind, and that it was desirous to dwell with them. The next night, 5 tall, noble-looking, adventurous braves were sent to welcome the stranger to earth. They went and presented to it a pipe of peace, filled with sweet-scented herbs, and were rejoiced that it took it from them. As they returned to the village, the star, with expanded wings, followed, and hovered over their homes till the dawn of day. Again it came to the young man in a dream, and desired to know where it should live and what form it should take. Places were named, on the top of giant trees or in flowers. At length it was told to choose a place itself, and it did so. At first it dwelt in the white rose of the mountains, but there it was so buried that it could not be seen. It went to the prairie, but it feared the hoof of the buffalo. It next sought the rocky cliff, but there it was so high that the children, whom it loved most, could not see it. "I know where I shall live," said the bright fugitive, "where I can see the gliding canoe of the race I most admire. Children, yes, they shall be my playmates, and I will kiss their slumber by the side of cool lakes. The nation shall love me wherever I am." These words having been said, she alighted on the waters, where she saw herself reflected. The next morning, thousands of white flowers were seen on the surface of the lakes, and the Indians gave them this name, Wabiguani, white flower. This star lived in the southern skies. Her brethren can be seen far off in the cold north hunting the great bear, whilst her sisters watch her in the east and west. Children, when you see the lily on the waters, take it in your hands, and hold it to the skies, that it may be happy on earth, as its 2 sisters, the morning and evening stars, are happy in heaven. End of The Star and the Lily. Edited by Hamilton Wright Maybe. Read by Krista Zaleski.
The Tale of Mrs.Tiggy Winkle by Beatrix Potter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Once upon a time, there was a little girl called Lucy, who lived at a farm called Little Town. She was a good little girl, only she was always losing her pocket handkerchiefs. One day, little Lucy came into the farmyard crying. Oh, she did cry so. "I've lost my pocket handkin. 3 handkins and a penny. Have you seen them, Tabby Kitten?" The kitten went on washing her white paws. So Lucy asked a speckled hen, "Sally, Henny Penny, have you found 3 pocket handkins?" But the speckled hen ran into a barn, clucking, "I go barefoot, barefoot, barefoot." And then Lucy asked Cock Robin, sitting on a twig. Cock Robin looked sideways at Lucy with his bright black eye, and he flew over a stile and away. Lucy climbed upon the stile and looked up at the hill behind Little Town, a hill that goes up, up into the clouds as though it had no top, and a great way up the hillside she thought she saw some white things spread upon the grass. Lucy scrambled up the hill as fast as her stout legs would carry her. She ran along a steep pathway up and up until Little Town was right away down below. She could have dropped a pebble down the chimney. Presently she came to a spring bubbling out from the hillside. Someone had stood a tin can upon a stone to catch the water, but the water was already running over, for the can was no bigger than an egg cup. And where the sand upon the path was wet, there were footmarks of a very small person. Lucy ran on and on. The path ended under a big rock. The grass was short and green, and there were clothes, props cut from bracken stems with lines of plaited rushes, and a heap of tiny clothespins, but no pocket handkerchiefs. But there was something else, a door, straight into the hill, and inside it someone was singing. Lucy knocked once, twice, and interrupted the song. A little frightened voice called out, "Who's that?" Lucy opened the door, and what do you think there was inside the hill? A nice clean kitchen with a flagged floor and wooden beams. just like any other farm kitchen, only the ceiling was so low that Lucy's head nearly touched it. And the pots and pans were small, and so was everything there. There was a nice, hot, singy smell, and at the table, with an iron in her hand, stood a very stout, short person, staring anxiously at Lucy. Her print gown was tucked up, and she was wearing a large apron over her striped petticoat. Her little black nose went sniffle, sniffle, snuffle, and her eyes went twinkle, twinkle, and underneath her cap, where Lucy had yellow curls, that little person had prickles. "Who are you?" said Lucy. "Have you seen my pocket handkins?" The little person made a bob curtsy. "Oh, yes, if you please me, my name is Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. Oh, yes, if you please me, I'm an excellent clear starcher." And she took something out of a clothes basket and spread it on the ironing blanket. "What's that thing?" said Lucy. "That's not my pocket handkin." "Oh, no, if you please me, that's a little scarlet waistcoat belonging to Cock Robin." And she ironed it and folded it and put it on one side. Then she took something else off a clothes horse. "That isn't my pinny," said Lucy. "Oh, no, if you please me, that's a damask tablecloth belonging to Jenny Wren. Look how it's stained with currant wine." "It's very bad to wash," said Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. Mrs. Tiggy Winkle's nose went sniffle, sniffle, snuffle, and her eyes went twinkle, twinkle, and she fetched another hot iron from the fire. "There's one of my pocket handkins," cried Lucy, "and there's my penny." Mrs. Tiggy Winkle ironed it and gophered it and shook out the frills. "Oh, that is lovely," said Lucy. "And what are those long yellow things with fingers like gloves?" "Oh, that's a pair of stockings belonging to Sally Henny Penny. Look how she's worn the heels out with scratching in the yard." "She'll very soon go barefoot," said Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. "Why, there's another handkersniff, but it isn't mine. It's red." "Oh, no, if you please me, that one belongs to old Mrs. Rabbit, and it did so smell of onions. I've had to wash it separately. I can't get out the smell." "There's another one of mine," said Lucy. "What are those funny little white things?" "That's a pair of mittens belonging to Tabby Kitten. I only have to iron them. She washes them herself." "There's my last pocket handkin," said Lucy. "And what are you dipping into the basin of starch?" "They're little dicky shirt fronts belonging to Tom Titmouse. Most terrible particular," said Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. "Now I've finished my ironing, I'm going to air some clothes." "What are these dear soft fluffy things?" said Lucy. "Oh, those are woolly coats belonging to the little lambs at Skelgol." "Will their jackets take off?" asked Lucy. "Oh, yes. If you please me, look at the sheep mark on the shoulder, and here's one marked for Gatesgarth, and 3 that come from Little Town. They're always marked at washing," said Mrs. Tiggy Winkle, and she hung up all sorts and sizes of clothes, small brown coats of mice, and one velvety black moleskin waistcoat, and a red tailcoat with no tail belonging to Squirrel Nutkin, and a very much shrunk blue jacket belonging to Peter Rabbit, and a petticoat not marked that had gone lost in the washing, and at last the basket was empty. Then Mrs. Tiggy Winkle made tea, a cup for herself and a cup for Lucy. They sat before the fire on a bench and looked sideways at one another. Mrs. Tiggy Winkle's hand, holding the teacup, was very, very brown, and very, very wrinkly, with the soap suds in all through her gown and her cap. There were hairpins sticking wrong end out, so that Lucy didn't like to sit too near her. When they had finished tea, they tied up the clothes in bundles, and Lucy's pocket handkerchiefs were folded up inside her clean penny and fastened with a silver safety pin. And then they made up the fire with surf, and came out and locked the door, and hid the key under the door still. Then away down the hill trotted Lucy and Mrs. Tiggy Winkle with the bundles of clothes. All the way down the path little animals came out of the fern to meet them. The very first that they met were Peter Rabbit and Benjamin Bunny, and she gave them their nice clean clothes, and all the little animals and birds were so very much obliged to dear Mrs. Tiggy Winkle, so that at the bottom of the hill, when they came to the stile, there was nothing left to carry except Lucy's one little bundle. Lucy scrambled up the stile with the bundle in her hand, and then she turned to say good night and to thank the washerwoman. But what a very odd thing! Mrs. Tiggy Winkle had not waited either for thanks or for the washing bill. She was running, running, running up the hill, and where was her white frilled cap, and her shawl, and her gown, and her petticoat? And how small she had grown, and how brown and covered with prickles! Why, Mrs. Tiggy Winkle was nothing but a hedgehog. Now, some people say that little Lucy had been asleep upon the stile, but then how could she have found 3 clean pocket handkins and a penny pinned with a silver safety pin? And besides, I have seen that door into the back of the hill called Cat Bells, and besides, I am very well acquainted with dear Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. End of Tale of Mrs. Tiggy Winkle by Beatrix Potter. The Story of the 3 Little Pigs by Unknown. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, there was an old sow with 3 little pigs, and as she had not enough to keep them, she sent them out to seek their fortune. The first that went off met a man with a bundle of straw, and said to him, "Please, man, give me that straw to build me a house," which the man did, and the little pig built a house with it. Presently came along a wolf, and knocked at the door and said, little pig, let me come in." To which the pig answered, "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin." "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in," said the wolf. So he huffed and he puffed and he blew his house in, and ate up the little pig. The second pig met a man with a bundle of furs, and said, "Please, man, give me that furs to build a house," which the man did, and the pig built his house. Then along came the wolf and said, little pig, let me come in." "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin." "Then I'll puff and I'll huff and I'll blow your house in." So he huffed and he puffed and he puffed and he huffed, and at last he blew the house down and ate up the second little pig. The third little pig met a man with a load of bricks, and said, "Please, man, give me those bricks to build a house with." So the man gave him the bricks, and he built his house with them. So the wolf came, as he did to the other little pigs, and said, little pig, let me come in." "No, no, by the hair of my chinny chin chin." "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in." Well, he huffed and he puffed and he huffed and he puffed and he puffed and he huffed, but he could not get the house down. When he found that he could not, with all his huffing and puffing, blow the house down, he said, little pig, I know where there is a nice field of turnips." "Where?" said the little pig. "Oh, in Mr. Smith's home field, and if you will be ready tomorrow morning, I will call for you, and we will go together and get some for dinner." "Very well," said the little pig, "I will be ready. What time do you mean to go?" "Oh, at 6 o'clock." Well, the little pig got up at 5 and got the turnips and was home again before 6. When the wolf came, he said, "Little pig, are you ready?" "Ready," said the little pig. "I have been and come back again, and got a nice potful for dinner." The wolf felt very angry at this, but thought that he would be up to the little pig somehow or other. So he said, little pig, I know where there is a nice apple tree." "Where?" said the pig. "Down at Merry Garden," replied the wolf, "and if you will not deceive me, I will come for you at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and we will go together and get some apples." Well, the little pig woke at 4 the next morning and bustled up and went off for the apples, hoping to get back before the wolf came. But he had farther to go and had to climb the tree, so that just as he was coming down from it, he saw the wolf coming, which, as you may suppose, frightened him very much. When the wolf came up, he said, "Little pig, what? Are you here before me? Are they nice apples?" "Yes, very," said the little pig. "I will throw you down one," and he threw it so far that, while the wolf was gone to pick it up, the little pig jumped down and ran home. The next day the wolf came again and said to the little pig, "Little pig, there is a fair in the town this afternoon. Will you go?" "Oh, yes," said the pig, "I will go. What time shall you be ready?" "At 3," said the wolf. So the little pig went off before the time, as usual, and got to the fair, and bought a butter churn, and was on his way home with it when he saw the wolf coming. Then he could not tell what to do, so he got into the churn to hide, and in doing so turned it round, and it began to roll, and rolled down the hill with the pig inside it, which frightened the wolf so much that he ran home without going to the fair. He went to the little pig's house and told him how frightened he had been by a great round thing which came down the hill past him. Then the little pig said, "Ha! I frightened you, did I? I had been to the fair and bought a butter churn, and when I saw you I got into it and rolled down the hill." Then the wolf was very angry indeed, and declared he would eat up the little pig, and that he would get down the chimney after him. When the little pig saw what he was about, he hung on the pot full of water, and made up a blazing fire, and just as the wolf was coming down, took off the cover of the pot, and in fell the wolf. And the little pig put on the cover again in an instant, boiled him up, and ate him for supper, and lived happy ever after. End of The Story of the Three Little Pigs by Unknown.
The Three Sillies by Anonymous. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Ken Tolber. Once upon a time there was a farmer and his wife who had one daughter, and she was courted by a gentleman. Every evening he used to come and see her, and stop to supper at the farmhouse, and the daughter used to be sent down into the cellar to draw the beer for supper. So one evening she had gone down to draw the beer, and she happened to look up at the ceiling while she was drawing, and she saw a mallet stuck in one of the beams. It must have been there a long, long time, but somehow or other she had never noticed it before, and she began a-thinking. And she thought it was very dangerous to have that mallet there, for she said to herself, "Suppose him and me was to be married, and we was to have a son, and he was to grow up to be a man, and come down into the cellar to draw the beer, like as I'm doing now, and the mallet was to fall on his head, and kill him. What a dreadful thing it would be!" And she put down the candle and the jug, and sat herself down and began a-crying. Well, they began to wonder upstairs how it was that she was so long drawing the beer, and her mother went down to see after her, and she found her sitting on the settle crying, and the beer running over the floor. "Why, whatever is the matter?" said her mother. "Oh, mother," says she, "look at that horrid mallet. Suppose we was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down to the cellar to draw the beer, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him. What a dreadful thing it would be!" "Dear, dear, what a dreadful thing it would be," said the mother, and she sat her down aside of the daughter and started a-crying too. Then, after a bit, the father began to wonder that they didn't come back, and he went down into the cellar to look after them himself. And there they two sat a-crying, and the beer running all over the floor. "Whatever's the matter?" says he. "Why," says the mother, "look at that horrid mallet. Just suppose if our daughter and her sweetheart was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down into the cellar to draw the beer, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him, what a dreadful thing it would be!" "Dear, dear, dear, so it would," said the father, and he sat himself down aside of the other two, and started a-crying. Now the gentleman got tired of stopping up in the kitchen by himself, and at last he went down into the cellar too, to see what they were after. And there they three sat a-crying side by side, and the beer running all over the floor. And he ran straight and turned the tap. Then he said, "Whatever are you three doing, sitting there crying and letting the beer run all over the floor?" "Oh," says the father, "look at that horrid mallet. Suppose you and our daughter was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down into the cellar to draw the beer, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him." And then they all started a crying worse than before. But the gentleman burst out a laughing, and reached up and pulled out the mallet, and then he said, "I've traveled many miles, and I never met three such big sillies as you three before. And now I shall start out on my travels again, and when I can find three bigger sillies than you three, then I'll come back and marry your daughter." So he wished them good-bye and started off on his travels, and left them all crying because the girl had lost her sweetheart. Well, he set out, and he traveled a long way, and at last he came to a woman's cottage that had some grass growing on the roof, and the woman was trying to get her cow to go up a ladder to the grass, and the poor thing durst not go. So the gentleman asked the woman, what was she doing? "Why, look ye," she said, "look at all that beautiful grass. I'm going to get the cow on to the roof to eat it. She'll be quite safe, for I shall tie a string round her neck and pass it down the chimney, and tie it to my wrist as I go about the house, so she can't fall off without my knowing it." "Oh, you poor silly," said the gentleman, "you should cut the grass and throw it down to the cow." But the woman thought it was easier to get the cow up the ladder than to get the grass down, so she pushed her and coaxed her and got her up, and tied a string round her neck, and passed it down the chimney, and fastened it to her own wrist. And the gentleman went on his way, but he hadn't gone far when the cow tumbled off the roof, and hung by the string tied round her neck, and it strangled her. And the weight of the cow tied to her wrist pulled the woman up the chimney, and she stuck fast halfway and was smothered in the soot. Well, that was one big silly. And the gentleman went on, and he went to an inn to stop the night, and they were so full at the inn that they had to put him in a double-bedded room, and another traveler was to sleep in the other bed. The other man was a very pleasant fellow, and they got very friendly together. But in the morning, when they were both getting up, the gentleman was surprised to see the other hang his trousers on the knobs of the chest of drawers, and run across the room and try to jump into them. And he tried over and over again, and couldn't manage it. And the gentleman wondered whatever he was doing it for. At last he stopped and wiped his face with his handkerchief. "Oh dear," he says, "I do think trousers are the most awkwardest kind of clothes that ever were. I can't think who could have invented such things. It takes me the best part of an hour to get into mine every morning, and I get so hot. How do you manage yours?" So the gentleman burst out a-laughing, and showed him how to put them on, and he was very much obliged to him, and said he never should have thought of doing it that way. So that was another big silly. Then the gentleman went on his travels again, and he came to a village, and outside the village there was a pond, and round the pond was a crowd of people, and they had got rakes and brooms and pitchforks reaching into the pond, and the gentleman asked what was the matter. "Why," they say, "matter enough. Moon's tumbled into the pond, and we can't rake her out anyhow." So the gentleman burst out a-laughing, and told them to look up into the sky, and that it was only the shadow in the water. But they wouldn't listen to him, and abused him shamefully, and he got away as quick as he could. So there was a whole lot of sillies bigger than them three sillies at home. So the gentleman turned back home again and married the farmer's daughter. And if they didn't live happy forever after, that's nothing to do with you or me. End of The Three Sillies by Anonymous. Read by Ken Tolbert.
Welsh Rabbit and Hunted Hares. by William Elliot Griffiths. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact librivox.org. Welsh Rabbit and Hunted Hares. Long, long ago, there was a good saint named David, who taught the early Cymreco Welsh people better manners and many good things to eat and ways of enjoying themselves. Now the Welsh folks, in speaking of their good teacher, pronounced his name Tafydd, and affectionately Taffy, and this came to be the usual name for a person born in Wales. In our nurseries we all learnt that Taffy was a Welshman, but it was their enemies who made a bad rhyme about taffy. Wherever there were cows or goats, people could get milk, so they always had what was necessary for a good meal, whether it was breakfast, dinner, or supper. Milk, cream, curds, whey, and cheese enriched the family table. Were not these enough? But St. David taught the people how to make a still more delicious food out of cheese, and this could be done without taking the life of any creature. St. David showed the girls how to take cheese, slice and toast it over the coals, or melt it in a skillet and pour it over hot toast or biscuit. This gave the cheese a new and sweeter flavour. When spread on bread, either plain or browned over the fire, the resulting combination was a delicacy fit for a king, and equal to anything known. The fame of this new addition to the British bill of fare spread near and far. The English people, who had always been fond of rabbit pie and still eat thousands of Molly Cottontails every day, named it Welsh Rabbit, and thought it one of the best things to eat. In fact, there are many people who do not easily see a joke who misunderstood the fun, or who suppose the name to be either slang or vulgar, or a mistake, and who call it rarebit. It is like Cape Cod turkey, codfish, or Bombay ducks, dried fish, or Irish plums, potatoes, and such funny cookery with fancy names. Now up to this time the rabbits and hares had been so hunted with the aid of dogs that there was hardly a chance of any of them surviving the cruel slaughter. In the year 604, the Prince of Powys was out hunting. The dogs started a hare and pursued it into a dense thicket. When the hunter with the horn came up, a strange sight met his eyes. There he saw a lovely maiden. She was kneeling on the ground and devoutly praying. Though surprised at this, the prince was anxious to secure his game. He hissed on the hounds and ordered the horn to be blown for the dogs to charge on their prey, expecting them to bring him the game at once. Instead of this, though they were trained dogs and would fight even a wolf, they slunk away howling and frightened as if in pain, while the horn stuck fast to the lips of the blower and he was silent. Meanwhile, the hare nestled under the maiden's dress and seemed not in the least disturbed. Amazed at this, the prince turned to the fair lady and said, "Who are you?" She answered, "My mother named me Monacella. I have fled from Ireland, where my father wished to marry me to one of his chief men, whom I did not love. Under God's guidance, I came to this secret desert place, where I have lived for 15 years without seeing the face of man." To this, the prince in admiration replied, "O most worthy Melangel," which is the way the Welsh pronounce Monacella, "because on account of thy merits it has pleased God to shelter and save this little wild hare. I, on my own part, herewith present thee with this land, to be for the service of God, and an asylum for all men and women who seek thy protection, so long as they do not pollute this sanctuary, let none, not even prince or chieftain, drag them forth. The beautiful saint passed the rest of her life in this place. At night she slept on the bare rock. Many were the wonders wrought for those who with pure hearts sought her refuge. The little wild hares were under her special protection, and they are still called Mellengel's lambs. End of Welsh Rabbit and Hunted Hares by William Elliot Griffiths.